James Matthews. We're here for a pretrial. The state has just conveyed an offer to the defendant that the state would be satisfied to a plea to one count of one felony 3 count and one misdemeanor 1 count. He may have his choice which counts he would prefer. We would ask for a PSR.
All right, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Your Honor. I am in receipt of this offer. I just have put it in front of Mr. Sullivan. He and I will be discussing that, and it is also my understanding that there is some additional discovery that the state is going to be providing today in regards to footage from the Mentor City Jail, Your Honor, that I will also be reviewing with Mr. Sullivan.
All right, Mr. Sullivan, you understand what the offer is in this case?
Yeah.
You have any questions about it?
It doesn't say a recommendation, it just says pre-sentence.
Yeah, there is no recommendation.
Just for pre-sentence.
I suppose they'll make a recommendation for a sentence after reviewing the PSR, but they've not committed to a recommendation at this time.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? All right, we're going to set this for a jury trial January 17 at 8 o'clock. If you're going to accept the offer, that will take place at a hearing that we're going to have on January 4th at 4 p.m. If you decide at that time not to accept the offer, then your choice will be to go to trial on the 17th or to plead to all the charges. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, anything else?
Let's go.
Can you raise your right hand, please? You swear to testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, have a seat right here.
Yes, Daddy.
It's very important for you to speak up, okay, because that microphone's going to pick up your voice, and we have a lot of problems with witness being loud enough, okay? So these folks
Okay.
need to hear you, all right?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
State your name and spell it for the record.
Alexa DeCillo, ALEXA DICILLO.
Alexa, what city do you currently live in?
Willoughby Hills, Ohio.
Did you grow up in Lake County?
Yes.
Did you graduate high school?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
Willoughby South,
What year did you graduate?
13.
How old are you now?
I'm going to be 27 in January.
Do you work?
Yes.
Where do you work?
I'm a personal stylist for Saks Fifth Avenue.
Is that the Saks Fifth in Beechwood?
Yes, it is.
Are you familiar with William Jackson?
Yes.
How are you familiar with him?
I've known William for years.
When did you meet him?
Maybe 2010, maybe?
While you were still in high school?
Yeah.
And how would you describe your relationship with him?
We were always friendly with each other.
Did you have each other's cell phone numbers?
Yes.
Would you talk on the phone?
Occasionally.
Would you text on the phone?
Occasionally.
And are you familiar with a Vincent Anderson?
Yes.
How are you familiar with him?
He is my ex-boyfriend.
When did you begin dating him?
2018, I believe.
How long did you date for?
A little over 3 years.
Do you remember how you met him?
Through mutual friends.
Did you meet him in Lake County?
Yes.
At some point, did you and Mr. Anderson live together?
Yes.
Where did you live?
In Euclid, Ohio.
Was that an apartment or a house?
A house.
Did you live there with anybody else?
Just the two of us.
And when did you live in Euclid with Mr. Anderson?
I believe it was 2019, if I'm not mistaken.
How long did you live in that house for?
Under a year?
And after that year, did you move somewhere else together?
No.
Where did you move then?
I moved back in Willoughby Hills.
Who do you live with in Willoughby Hills?
My parents.
Do you have any siblings?
No, just me.
And now I want to direct your attention to April 26th of 2020. Do you remember that day?
I remember, yes, I do.
What do you remember from that day?
This was the day before the incident, correct?
When you say incident, what are you referring to?
When William shot at my ex-boyfriend.
So let's talk about the early morning, day before.
Okay, yeah. So the day before, I was with Vincent, and we had gotten a hotel room together.
Where was that hotel room?
I believe it was the Red Roof Inn in Menor Willoughby, if I'm not mistaken.
Is this something you did often, get a hotel room together?
Yes, after we left our house in Euclid, we would get hotels on occasion to spend time with each other.
And why was that?
So we could just be alone with each other.
Because you were living with your parents at the time.
Yeah, and he couldn't come there, so.
Where was Mr. Anderson living at this time?
In Detroit, Michigan.
So on this day, you and Mr. Anderson are at the Red Roof Inn.
Yes.
Do you know how he got to the Red Roof Inn?
I don't recall, no.
Did Mr. Anderson have a car at the time?
No, he did not.
Did you have a car at the time?
I did not.
Would you rely on other people to give you rides?
Yes.
And do you know if Mr. Anderson would also rely on other people to give him rides?
Yes.
When did you arrive at the Red Roof Inn?
I don't recall the exact time.
When you got to the Red Roof Inn, was anyone else there with you?
It was just us.
Did anyone else at any point come to the Red Roof Inn to hang out with you guys?
No, just us.
What were you doing at the Red Roof Inn?
Just spending time with each other.
And you previously testified that you remember something specific happening that day. What was it?
Yes. So when we were in the hotel room together, William started calling my phone
How do you know it was William calling your phone?
because I had his number saved in my phone with his name.
And when the call came through, did you see his name, his contact name appear on your phone?
Yes, I did.
Did you answer that call?
Yes, I did.
Did you speak with him?
Yes, I did.
Have you spoken with him before? You've been friends for a number of years before
Yeah.
this, right?
Mhm.
And you recognized his voice,
Yes.
and that was William Jackson on the other end of that telephone call.
Yes, it was.
What did he say?
He was threatening me and threatening Vincent.
When you say threatening, specifically what was he saying?
He said that he was going to show up to my parents' house and shoot the house up.
Do you know if he knew where you lived?
Yes.
Had he been to your parents' house before?
Yes.
And you said he was threatening Mr. Anderson as well?
Yes. After he said he would come to my parents' house and shoot up the house up. Once he was done with me, he was going to go to Detroit to where Vincent Anderson's mother and kids lived and shoot that house up.
And you heard the defendant make these threats?
Yes.
Did you say anything back?
No.
Did Mr. Anderson, when you answered that call, was Mr. Anderson present?
Yes.
Did Mr. Anderson, was he within earshot of hearing that telephone conversation?
Yes.
And without saying anything Mr. Anderson said, did Mr. Anderson say anything back to the defendant?
I don't recall.
How was Mr. Anderson acting when he heard these threats?
I would say he was upset. I was upset as well.
Were you scared?
Yes, very scared.
Why were you scared?
Because he had just threatened to come to me and my family's house and do harm to us.
How many times did the defendant call you?
Multiple times that night, he would not stop calling.
Each time he called, did his number appear on your phone?
I don't recall if every time it did, but once he started calling me first, and then he was calling Vincent after that.
Calling Vincent on Vincent's phone?
Yes.
Did you answer every call that he made?
No.
And when I specifically asked, did his number or contact name appear on your phone each time? At any point, did you receive a call from an unknown number?
I don't recall. I might have.
Did you answer all of these calls?
Not all of them. It was very late.
When the defendant was calling you, did he also FaceTime you?
Yes, at one point he did.
And what is FaceTime, just generally?
FaceTime is where you can see the other person on the phone.
How many times did he FaceTime you?
I can't say for certain, but at least once or twice.
And did you see the defendant on that FaceTime call?
Yes, I did.
What was he doing on that call?
He was being very belligerent, and at one point he had a gun.
You saw him with the gun?
Yes.
What did the gun look like?
I believe it was small and black.
Are you familiar with firearms?
Not really.
So you can't sit here and say for certain what type of firearm it was?
No, I cannot.
And when you say small, would it have been small enough to conceal on your person?
Yes.
What was he doing with the gun on the FaceTime?
Pointing it in the FaceTime in the camera.
Was he saying anything when he was pointing it?
Just threatening me and Vincent continuously.
What time of the morning were you receiving these calls?
It was very late. I can't remember certainly what time, but I believe it was around 2 a.m.
What was your cell phone number in April of 2020?
I had a lot of cell phones with multiple numbers, so I believe it was 445-255-1706 or 445-258-0812.
And those are both telephone numbers that you've had in the past.
Yes,
Did you have both of those numbers at the same time? Or
yes.
why would you have two numbers at the same time?
My mom had bought me a phone because my old one broke, so when I got the old one fixed, I just had both.
And what type of phone was this?
I believe they were both iPhones.
After receiving these threats from the defendant, what, if anything, did you and Mr. Anderson do next?
We were just scared, both of us. We tried to calm each other down and just go to sleep.
Did you go to sleep?
I went to sleep eventually.
Do you know if Mr. Anderson went to sleep?
At some point, yes, he did fall asleep, as far as I'm aware.
And when you woke up the next morning, was Mr. Anderson still at the hotel?
No, he was not.
Do you know where he went?
To Williams.
That night, when the defendant is calling, threatening you, did you see Vincent with a firearm?
No, I did not. He did not have anything with him when we were in the room.
Did he have any belongings with him in the room?
No, nothing at all.
How long were you planning on staying in that hotel room?
I don't recall exactly, but normally we would stay a few nights.
Do you remember when he was supposed to go back to Detroit?
Either the following day or the day after that.
When Mr. Anderson had come to the Red Roof Inn that day, was that a pre-planned arrangement that you guys had had?
Yes,
How often would he come to Lake County to see you?
very often.
So let's talk about like in a 1 month span. How many times was he coming to Lake County?
Every week.
Once a week?
Multiple times a week. We were in the process of looking for another house or apartment, so it was probably more than usual.
Was that something you would do together when you came to town, look for a place to live?
Yes.
When you and Mr. Anderson were together back in 2020, were you using drugs together?
Yes, we were.
What specifically were you using?
Percocets?
Would you use together?
Yes.
Would you say you were addicted?
Yes.
Are you still using?
No.
When did you stop using?
I've been clean for over a year now.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
How many pills were you using a day?
A lot.
aware that there was an ongoing beef and argument between Mr. Anderson and the defendant?
Yes, I was.
What were you aware of?
I was aware that the argument had originally started because William Jackson stole one of Vincent Anderson's friend's safe out of his house.
Do you know that friend's name?
Yes, Xavier.
What's his last name?
I can't think of it.
Was this someone that Vincent was close with?
Yes,
Were you close with this person as well?
yes.
And how did Mr. Anderson react when he had learned of that information?
We were all pretty upset.
The morning of the shooting, you weren't at William's apartment, right?
No, I was not.
You didn't see anything that happened there, correct?
No, I did not.
After the shooting, at any point, did you speak with the defendant about what had happened?
No, I did not.
Do you see William Jackson present here in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point to where he's seated and identify what he is wearing?
All black shirt with a tie and glasses.
Your Honor, the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Yes.
And this is the same William Jackson that was calling, threatening you the early morning hours that day?
Yes.
No further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Mary Springer and I represent William Jackson. When was the first time that you were contacted by law enforcement in this case?
On Friday?
Of this last week?
Mm-hmm.
And when did this incident happen?
In 2020.
So 2.5 years without ever once being contacted by the police?
For this situation, yes.
Did you call the cops after this incident?
I did not.
Why?
I wasn't there when the shooting happened.
You said that you saw Will with a gun, right?
On FaceTime, yes.
Why didn't you call cops?
I didn't think he would actually do anything. It seemed he had been drinking that night, so.
And you were high yourself
Yeah.
on Percocets.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
You had a $300 a day addiction to Percocets?
Yes.
How did you get that money to buy Percocets?
I worked.
And you dated the drug dealer, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Jury's instructed to disregard that last question.
Who is Xavier Burton?
One of our friends.
Okay. When did you stop being friends with him?
I wouldn't say we ever stopped being
Do
friends.
you continue to be friends with him now?
I would consider him a friend still.
Do you have contact with him?
No, I do not.
Why is that?
We just haven't talked in a while.
He's in prison, right?
Yes, he is.
How long has he been in prison for?
I'm not sure.
You said that you believe that the, quote, beef between Will and Ace, Vincent is known as Ace, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The beef between Will and Ace is related to this Xavier Burton, is that right?
I believe so.
How do you know that?
That's what they told me.
Okay, so you don't have any personal knowledge of this?
What do you mean?
This safe that was allegedly stolen?
I had seen it before.
You saw the safe?
Saw it before, yes.
Okay. Did you see when it was stolen?
No.
Okay, so you don't know who stole it, right?
No, I was not there.
Were you aware that Ace stole money from Will?
No.
Did you see the Facebook or Instagram post where Will told everyone not to buy drugs from Ace because he was robbing people?
Not that I recall, no.
Do you remember Ace being upset about that post?
No.
You testified that Ace would come down from Detroit and stay in hotels with you, right?
You have to verbally answer
Oh, yes,
And that he would come down to stay with you a couple times a week?
yes.
What else was he doing in the hotels?
Spending time with me.
Selling drugs?
Not that I'm aware of.
You said that you have known Will for quite some time, right?
Yes,
And after everything happened in April, you actually hung out with Will again, right?
not that I remember.
Okay, how about at your friend's house in Mayfield at a party?
I don't recall.
Do you remember going with Will to a liquor store to get alcohol?
No.
Do you have a friend named Shantavia?
Yes,
Does she live in Mayfield?
at the time, yes.
You testified that you and Ace lived together in a home in Euclid, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Why did you stop living in that home?
It had gotten raided.
What does that mean?
The police came to the home.
And searched the home,
Yes,
looking for drugs?
I'm not sure what they were looking for.
You testified that you and Ace would stay in hotels together because you were living with your parents at the time.
Yes,
Why wasn't he allowed to come to your parents' house?
my parents didn't want anybody there. Doesn't matter who it is.
You testified that you and Ace stayed together at the Red Roof Inn on April 25th, right?
Yes,
Who else was there that night?
just me and him.
So if there is testimony that there were 2 additional people there, would that be inaccurate?
Not in our room.
Did anyone else come by?
Not that I'm aware.
Were you kicked out of that room by the Red Roof Inn?
Not that I recall.
What evidence do you have that Will called your cell phone?
I'm sure there would be phone records.
Did you look to see if you had those?
No, but I'm sure I could get them.
Okay. Did the police or the prosecutor's office ask you to get those?
No,
You said you had a couple of cell phones that you were using at the time, right?
yes,
And if Will's phone records show that phone calls were made that were 0 seconds long to your number, why would that be?
he was calling me multiple times, and some of the calls that he made to me, I did not answer.
Can you think of any reason that there would be no evidence that Will called you from his phone records?
He probably erased them.
He probably erased them.
Yeah,
Have you ever done that before, erased cell phone records before?
no,
Okay. Would you think that that erasing of records would get rid of it entirely?
I'm not sure.
Would you hope that a cell phone carrier would be able to maintain those records even if you personally deleted it?
Why would I want that?
So that we could prove any of the statements
Let's,
that you're making?
let's, wait, you gotta answer the questions, you can't ask, okay? So.
Repeat the question.
Hold on. So the jury should disregard the question she asked and the response that Ms. Springer gave. Okay, let's ask a question.
Would you hope that a cell phone company would be able to maintain the original records even if a person deleted it off their cell phone?
I would hope so.
Because we would want to be able to corroborate the claims that you're making, right?
Absolutely.
You testified about hearing Will make some threats to you and your family,
Yes.
and you said that Will had been to your family's house before.
Yes.
When was that?
Multiple times throughout the years.
What years?
All the years that I've known Will.
He has come to your parents' home multiple times.
Yes, to pick me up or to drop me off.
Why is it that you can remember exactly what Will said, but you cannot recall what he said?
Objection.
Overruled.
Because I was scared for my life.
And you are claiming that Ace did not have a gun.
Yes.
Had you ever seen him with a gun?
No.
Over the last week, so prior to this, have you and Ace spoken?
Yes.
Did you speak about what you were going to testify to today?
No. Me and him have always kept in contact. We're good friends.
And why is it that you never came forward to report any of this to law enforcement?
I was scared.
You were scared.
Yes. If someone threatens you and your family, I'm sure you'd be scared too.
What if someone shows up at your house to do that? Would you be scared by that?
Absolutely.
What if someone yanks on your front door to do that? Would you be scared by that?
If the person had just made threats to come and shoot at my house,
Yeah.
then I would be.
Then you would be scared at that point, right?
If they had just threatened me,
Okay. All right, so someone just threatens you, then they show up at your home. What are you thinking?
Vincent didn't threaten
I'm
Will.
asking you. I'm saying if someone threatens you, threatens to kill you, and then they show up at your home, what is going on in your mind?
I think you'd be scared.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Yes.
Did you know Ace to sell drugs?
Sometimes
Would he do this to support his habit?
to support our habit.
Did the defendant use drugs?
Yes.
Do you know what drugs he would use?
Percocet, cocaine, and alcohol, as far as I know.
Now, defense counsel asked you about phone records in this case.
Yes.
Prior to coming into court, you viewed cell phone records with me, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask to publish State's Exhibit 2 at this time.
Well, it's not been admitted yet, so is there an objection to State's Exhibit 2?
No way, Your Honor.
It was stipulated to, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, well, go ahead.
And for the record, I'm going to William Jackson's cell phone records contained on State's Exhibit 2, the first file. I'm scrolling down in the Excel spreadsheet to line 247. And to assist the jury in seeing what I'm referencing, I'm highlighting these cells in yellow. Can you see what's up here on the screen in front of you? Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Here in column B, we see a phone number 440-525-1706.
Yes.
You previously testified that that is a number that was associated with you.
Yes.
And we see another phone number below that, 440-525-0812. That is also a number associated with you.
Yes.
Now, the defense attorney asked you some extensive questioning about your knowledge of, I think, what records a cell phone company would retain. You're not a cell phone expert, right?
No.
You don't work for Sprint.
No.
You have no idea what records they do or do not maintain.
No. No idea.
Defense counsel asked you about threats that Mr. Anderson, or if you remember what threats Mr. Anderson made that day, right?
Yes.
But I never asked you on direct what threats he made, right?
Right.
So let me ask you now. Did Mr. Anderson make any threats to Mr. Jackson?
No.
What did Mr. Anderson say?
He wanted to resolve it peacefully with Will.
Did he say that?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you why he went to the defendant's apartment the next morning?
Yes, to talk to him and resolve it peacefully.
You went there to confront him, right?
Basically, yes.
I believe Ms. Springer asked you if you were scared of the defendant.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Are you still scared of the defendant?
Yes.
Were you nervous to come to court today?
Yes.
No further questions.
All right, any recross?
Yes, Your Honor.
Referencing these phone records, testify that you had an opportunity to look at these with the state prior to coming in today, or earlier today, right?
Right before court.
Do you see the column G where it says duration?
Yes.
Do you see the 3 highlighted sections that you purport to be your phone numbers?
Yes.
Do you see the duration of those phone calls?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury?
1 0 0.
And so that first phone call lasted 1 second?
I'm not sure.
Do you see that where it says that on the screen?
Yes.
And do you see that the second 2 phone calls say they lasted 0 seconds?
Yes. I see 0.
What does the word whack mean to you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why do you believe that Ace was going to Will's house for a peaceful confrontation?
Because that's what he told me.
I have no further questions.
All right, you may step down, thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Your Honor, if we could approach briefly.
Okay.
You step out here, Your Honor, for a minute.
All right, go ahead, call your witness.
State calls Vincent Anderson.
Step forward. Would you raise your right hand? You swear testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, have a seat right here. And make sure you keep your voice up so that mic can pick you up so everybody can hear you. So you're going to have to lean forward, okay?
Okay.
Why don't you hand me those scissors here too, please? All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Vincent Lee Anderson Jr., VINCENTLEEANDRSONJR.
How old are you?
32,
What city do you live in?
Detroit.
Who do you live with?
My mother, my two daughters, and my baby mother.
And how old are your children?
6, 12, and I have a 14-year-old. He's kind of like my son. I've been in his life since he was like 13. So.
What are their names? Your daughters and your stepson.
Arian Anderson, Aaliyah Anderson, and Aiden Pierce.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up downtown Detroit.
And did you go to high school?
Yes,
Did you graduate?
yes,
Did you go to college?
yes.
How much?
Some college, like a year.
And what were you in college for?
Business.
Where did you go to college?
WC3, Wayne State Community College.
And that's for Wayne County,
Yeah,
Detroit?
yes,
Do you have any nicknames?
yes.
What are your nicknames?
I just have one nickname, Ace.
Ace?
Yes,
Were you in a car accident when you were growing up?
yes.
Tell me about that.
So I was in a car accident when I was 13. I was heading to basketball practice, and we came up off the I-75 ramp and stopped at the red light. When it turned green for us to go, a fire truck ran the light and hit us from the side.
Did you sustain injuries in that accident?
Yes.
What injuries?
Close head injury, a back injury, and a right arm injury.
Were you hospitalized?
I went to the hospital. They didn't keep me right then and there.
What impact did that car accident have on you at that time?
I went from being athletic and outgoing to being closed in, not playing sports and stuff like that.
What sports did you play before?
Basketball. I was on the swimming team, some track and field.
Did the injuries impact you at all in your school?
Yes.
Schooling? How did that?
So I had to stop school, and I had homeschooling for I think a year.
Do you have any lasting impacts from that accident today?
Yes.
What are those?
Some memory loss.
That's for the head injury?
Yes.
What about the other injuries? Do you have any lasting impacts from those?
Lower back pain.
How often do you experience that?
That's often.
Can you say that answer again?
It's often.
Often?
Mm-hmm.
You said that it was a fire truck that hit you, a city fire truck?
Yes.
Were any actions then taken against the city?
Yes.
What was the result of that?
It was a filed lawsuit that I ended up winning.
And what? I'm sorry.
A filed lawsuit.
And what was the result of the lawsuit?
I ended up winning.
What did you win?
Like $700,000.
And are those, do you still have what you won in the lawsuit?
Yes, it's like in a structure. It's structured.
Structure, what do you mean by that?
Like it's dated to where I can receive certain portions of the money.
And how does that work that you would receive certain money?
I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry?
I couldn't hear you.
How does it work that you would receive money still today?
Oh, so like when I do need money, I would sell it to like companies like JG Wentworth or something like that.
What would you sell?
A portion of it.
Portion of where that money's invested?
A portion of like my structure settlement.
And would you do that?
Yes.
Now, have you always lived in Detroit or in the Detroit area?
Yes. I came here and lived here for like a year.
In this area?
Euclid.
Whenabouts was that?
2018, the ending of 2018 until September 2019.
Who did you live with?
Alexa DeSillo.
Was she your girlfriend at the time?
Yes.
How long were you in a relationship with her?
For like 3 years. 3 to 4, 3 years.
Now, before I ask you further questions, I want to put this out there. You were contacted by the Lake County Prosecutor's Office in this case, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that the Lake County Prosecutor's Office filed a motion for immunity for you, right?
Yes.
And you aware that that motion for immunity was granted by this court?
Yes.
Were any charges ever brought against you?
No.
Did the prosecutor's office ever tell you that they were going to bring charges against you?
No.
So, is there any agreement between the prosecutor's office and you?
No.
But you do have immunity that's been granted by this court.
Yes.
And in that immunity, you have immunity for aggravated trafficking in drugs. Is that your understanding of it?
Yes.
And is it also your understanding that you have immunity granted by this court for possession of drugs
Yes.
and for aggravated menacing?
Yes.
So I want to go back to talking about when you were living here in the area and you lived with Alexa DeSillo. What was going on in your life at that time?
So I kind of like, I moved over here. I started, like, it went downhill. Started doing drugs.
All right, do me a
Yeah, I'm
favor,
sorry.
do me a favor, you get even a little closer to that thing, because you're trailing off, okay?
Mm-hmm.
How did things go downhill?
So it started like with my back,
What started?
my drug addiction,
What drugs?
Percocet.
When you say Percocet, is that just one kind of pill?
What you mean?
Is what kind of pills, or is this a pill? Is Percocet a pill?
Yes.
And there are different kinds of pills that you consider Percocet?
Yes.
What kind are those?
It's the different milligram of them. They have different names.
What are the different milligrams and names?
10, 15, 20, and 30 milligram.
Would that also be their name then?
No.
Okay. What kind of different names would they have?
K9s, E8s, A51s. That's all I can remember.
How did you first start using Percocets?
With a friend.
And why did you first start using them?
Because of my back pain.
I'm sorry?
Because of my back pain.
And how long were you using?
For like 3 years, the time that I was here.
And how often? Well, tell us, if you can, when you first started using, how often were you using?
I was using every day. Every day, I probably do like 10.
And was that right when you started? Did you start using 10?
No,
When you first started using, how many would you use?
like two at most.
And when you were using 10 pills a day, when about was that? How long into the addiction?
I don't understand your question. Can you repeat it?
When did you start using 10 pills a day?
Probably like within a few months of me starting doing the pills.
And was Alexa using with you?
Yes.
How did you pay for the Percocets?
From my lawsuit money.
And were you only using the lawsuit money to pay for the pills?
So I would support my addiction by charging the other people that I would do it with, like a couple extra dollars.
You would sell to other people?
I would grab them for them and just add a couple dollars to it.
Okay. And who would be the people that you would do that for?
Philip and Alexa.
Were there other people?
Yes.
And about how many other people would you do that for?
Probably like 3.
Is that in addition to Alexa and Philip?
Yes.
And is that Philip Herbrook?
Yes.
Were those people around here?
Yes.
Would there be people in Detroit that you do that for?
No.
Do you know William Jackson?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point him out and state something that he's wearing?
Young black and gray.
Yeah, and the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes.
How do you know him?
Through mutual friends.
And how would you describe? I'll strike that question. Did you know the defendant used Percocets?
Yes.
How often, and I'm going to go back to before the incident in question, how often would you see the defendant?
Not that much. Like I said, we was friends through mutual people, so
How would you describe your relationship with him?
it was
How often would you see him?
I probably saw William 3 or 4 times out the year or something by bumping into him.
What occasions would you see him?
I can't remember.
Had you ever been to his house?
Yes.
How many times?
Once.
Had he ever been to your house?
No.
So I want to take you back a little bit. You stated you lived in Euclid until 2019. Where did you live after that?
I went back home.
To Detroit?
Yes.
And would you still come to this area?
Yes.
Did you know the defendant at that time?
Yes.
About how long had you known him at that time?
For like 2 years.
How often would you come back to the area after you moved to Detroit?
Like once a month
Why would you come out here?
to visit Alexa.
Where would you go when you would visit her?
Sometimes at a room or her house.
I'm sorry?
Sometimes at a room or her house or a friend's house.
And how would you get here?
My friends, by Philip, sometimes Philip and other friends.
And what would they give you rides?
Yes.
Why did they have to give you a ride?
Because I would ask them to for a ride to come get me.
Did you have a license?
No, not at the time.
Did you have a car?
No.
And they would come and pick you up?
Yes.
And did you give them anything in exchange for them giving you a ride?
I have
What would you give them?
Percocets.
And specifically to Philip Herbrook, how do you know him?
Through a friend.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
We had a friendship.
And now, did you meet Philip Herbrook through the same friends that you met the defendant through?
No.
So those are different mutual friends?
Yes. Yes.
And when you stayed in the hotels, would you pay for that hotel? Would you check it out?
I would pay for it.
Would your name be on the hotel receipt?
Sometimes.
If it wasn't your name, whose name would it be?
Phillips,
Why would Philip's name be on your hotel?
because he was my friend.
And why would you do that for him?
Because we're his friends, and sometimes I didn't have my ID, and he did, so I asked Philip to grab it for me.
And when his name would be on the hotel, would you pay for the hotel?
Yes.
Would you pay Philip anything else?
Yes.
What would you pay him?
Whatever he asked me for.
And do you know, was he using the pills that you gave him?
Yes.
Do you know how many pills he would use?
I don't know exactly, but I know I know that he did more than me.
And would you give Alexa pills?
Yes.
Do you know how many she was using?
No, not exactly.
Would you use with Alexa?
Yes.
Would you use with Philip?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you did go to the defendant's place one time. Was that a house or an apartment?
Apartment.
And in relation to the incident that we're talking about here today, how long before that incident did you go to his house or his apartment?
Price, months before.
Months before?
Yes.
So this was after you had moved back to Detroit?
Yes.
It was in one of your visits?
Yes.
And how is it that why did you go to his apartment?
I don't recall why we went there. It was.
You say we. Were you alone or with someone else?
I don't recall. I just said we because I went with him.
You and the defendant?
Yes.
So you remember being there with him?
Yes.
Do you remember if other people were there?
Yes.
Do you remember how many people were there?
No.
Were there people that you recognized?
No.
Do you remember anything from the time that you were at his apartment?
What you mean?
Did you have any conversations with the defendant?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Did you have a conversation with the defendant about a safe?
Yes.
Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
What do you remember from that?
I remember us being together, chilling, and him. We was like we was chilling together, and I guess he had got comfortable or whatnot, and he ended up just coming out telling me that he ended up stealing the safe on one of my friends that I grew up with since the age of 5.
And you said that you figured he got comfortable to say that.
Yes,
Did he know that that was your friend?
yes,
And did he know how you were friends with him?
yes.
What's his name?
My
Your
friend Xavier Burton.
How are you friends with him?
What you mean?
Xavier. How did you meet him?
I met him in preschool.
And what was the nature of your friendship with him?
Like brothers.
Like brothers?
Yes,
Did your family know him?
yes.
How did your family know Xavier?
From preschool and us living in the same neighborhood.
And would he come over your house when you were children?
Yes,
Did you go over his?
yes,
And so Xavier is someone that's from Detroit
yes,
that you knew from preschool, you said.
yes,
Now you know that Xavier is in prison now,
yes,
and you know that that's related to drugs.
yes.
Did Xavier ever give you drugs?
No,
And did you know about the theft of this safe before the defendant told you about it?
I knew about it, but we didn't know who done it.
What was your reaction when he told you that?
It was, I didn't show no emotion
Why is that?
because I didn't want him to know how I was feeling.
That you were what?
I didn't want him to know how I was feeling.
How were you feeling on the inside?
I felt angry.
Why, now I want to ask you, to understand, why did you not, and you were addicted at the time,
Yes,
why did your friend Xavier not give you any pills?
he didn't want me doing them at all.
Why is that?
So we growing up, we protected each other.
Growing up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like he didn't want to see me doing anything like that.
Were you in any groups together growing up?
What you mean by groups?
Any extracurricular activities, anything that your mom,
Yes.
what was that?
So my mom, she was like a community leader. She used to have these programs for kids. It was a kids program.
What was the purpose of the program?
It was to purpose for colleges, for jobs, just to be better in life.
Stay away from drugs.
Yes,
And was Xavier in that group with your mom being the instructor?
yes.
After the defendant told you about the stolen safe, what did you do?
I didn't do anything right then and there.
Did you post anything on social media about it?
No,
Did the defendant post anything about on social media about it?
not about the safe, no.
Did you do anything as a result of what he told you in, for your friend Xavier?
Yes, yes.
What did you do?
So, I took some money from him.
So, I guess to be clear, do you know what was taken from that safe about, approximately?
Yes.
What was taken?
So it was supposed to be 15,000 was supposed to be taken from the safe.
$15,000?
Yes.
And how long before that conversation that you had with the defendant was this safe stolen?
Probably a year.
A year?
Yes.
And so when the defendant told you, was your friend Xavier already in prison?
Yes.
And so you said that as a result of hearing that, you took some money.
Yes.
How did you do that?
So the defendant asked me to grab some Percocets, and I agreed, but I never intended to do it.
So he asked if you could get him some Percocets?
Yes.
And why did he think that you could get him some Percocets?
Because he knew that I was using, and I could get him.
Did he use Percocets with you?
Yes.
Did you ever sell Percocets to him?
No.
Did you give him Percocets before?
No. Not. I don't know. No.
You want to think about it?
No.
So you stated that you were never going to give them.
No, I wasn't.
So did you do this at his house or here in Lake County?
No.
Or straight here in this Northeast Ohio area?
No.
How did you arrange that?
So the plan was to go to Detroit. We went to Detroit.
Did the defendant come to Detroit?
Yes.
Was anyone with him when he came there?
Yes.
Who was with him?
I think the mother of his child.
Did you know her?
No.
And then what happened when he got there?
He handed me the money. I got out the car, and I never came back.
So he gave you the money in a car?
Yes.
And how much money was it?
Around $1,200.
And what happened after you went in and didn't come back out?
He started calling my phone, texting me.
Did you pick up?
No.
Did you respond to his texts?
Not right then and there. I don't know.
Okay. Well, how about right then and there, on that day, did you talk to him at all about it?
No.
Did you eventually respond to any of his texts or calls?
Yes.
And what did you tell him?
This was after the fact of him. This was after the fact of him, like, calling me, threatening me, and stuff like that.
Okay. So, tell me about that. If he was calling you, but you weren't picking up. Was he still getting messages across to you?
They was coming through. At the time, when it first happened, he started texting me. I wasn't responding. Then, like, weeks later, it started getting dope. He got more, he got more, aggressive, like the situation.
How so?
He started texting me, going on social media, calling my ex.
What social media was he going on?
Instagram.
And what would he do on Instagram?
He posted a pic of me with a caption on the picture talking about, I don't remember from word, it was just a picture of me with a caption on there.
Do you remember what the general message was with the caption?
When he see me, what he was gonna do to me.
And was that something that he just sent to you?
No, he had posted it on his page.
Is it a post or a story?
I don't recall.
But it was something so people other than you could see as well.
Yes.
Did you see them?
So someone sent it to me, yes.
So other people that saw it sent it to you and that's how you saw it?
Yes.
Was this just one time or more than one time?
I don't recall.
And did you ever post anything on your Instagram?
Yes.
What did you post?
I believe a picture of him and his friend Craig, or he was in a picture with somebody.
Do you know Craig?
I know of him.
Have you ever met him?
No.
And why did you post the photo?
It was only in response to what he was doing.
Did you have a caption with your photo?
Yes.
Do you remember what the caption was or what the general message was?
I don't.
Was it in response to the defendant's post?
Yes.
Was it along the same lines then as his post?
It wasn't aggressive how his post was.
Then, how do you know that?
Not
Explain
just
that to me a little bit.
because we two different people. My character that isn't my character.
What
That's
do you
more.
remember about the nature of what you posted?
What you mean?
Was it directed at the defendant?
Yes.
And was it about something that you would do?
Do to him?
Yes.
I don't recall.
Could it have been?
It could have.
And I want to talk about Facebook. That's another social media platform, right?
Yes.
And were posts being put on Facebook?
I don't recall.
Is there something called Facebook Live?
Yes.
What is that?
So it's a live is when it's a video of you and like live and your friends can see you that you're friends with.
Okay. And so it's a video that you made yourself on Facebook,
Yes.
and then is it playing live? Is it live stream?
Yes.
Can it be played back?
Yes.
Do you recall if the defendant made any Facebook lives?
No. No.
Did you ever make any Facebook live videos?
No.
Did you ever make any Facebook live videos?
I don't recall.
Would, in general, have you ever made a Facebook live?
Yes.
And have you ever made a Facebook, what kind of things would you put on your Facebook live?
Me enjoying myself, or just me enjoying myself.
And sure we'll hear about this. Did you ever do a Facebook live where you had a gun?
I don't recall.
Is it possible?
It's possible.
Did you ever make one in regards to the defendant?
No.
Are you certain?
Yes.
How can you be certain?
I didn't, because I know I didn't,
Because you know you didn't?
yep. Yes.
How were you taking the threats that he was making?
Serious.
I'm sorry?
Serious.
Did you feel that you had to threaten him back?
Yes.
And what were you hoping to accomplish with that?
On my end, I really didn't, like I said, on my end, I felt like I had got to get back when I took back.
I'm sorry?
I felt like I had got to get back when I took the 1,200 from him. So I really didn't care about the situation anymore after that. It was more him texting me and calling me about it.
You felt like you would, I'm sorry, did you say you felt like you would give him back the 1,200?
No,
Okay. That you weren't gonna give it back?
I wasn't.
And in regards to the threats, what did you make of it? Did you think, well, I'll strike that question. How well did you know the defendant when these threats started?
I knew him well enough.
I'm gonna focus in now on the weekend of the shooting,
Yes.
leading up to it. Had these social media posts happened before that weekend?
Yes.
How often was the defendant posting?
It was almost every day into that situation.
And how often were you posting?
I probably did it that one time when I put the picture of him. That was it.
And were you planning to come to Lake County on that weekend?
Yes.
How did you come down to Lake County?
Philip.
Did he come pick you up?
Yes.
And did he come pick you up the day before the shooting?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of car he picked you up in?
Yes.
What kind of car?
A Dodge Charger.
What did you bring with you?
What you mean?
What did you bring with you to Lake County on the trip?
My belongings.
What were those?
My clothes.
Did you bring your phone?
Yeah, my phone.
Did you bring your pills?
Yes.
Did you bring anything else?
No.
Did you bring a gun?
No.
This would have been right around the start of the COVID pandemic. Did you bring anything in relation to COVID that you remember?
My gloves and my mask that we had at the time.
Did you bring anything else with you?
No.
Why were you coming to Lake County on that day?
To see Alexa.
And where did you go when you came to Lake County?
To the hotel. To a hotel room.
Do you remember what hotel?
No.
Do you remember if Philip got you the hotel?
I don't recall.
Is it possible that Philip got you the
It's
hotel?
possible.
And then who was there with you at the hotel once you arrived?
Alexa DeSillo.
Anyone else come?
No.
Did Philip stay?
No.
And what did you do while you were there?
We were just chilling in the room, happy to see each other.
When Philip drove you up here, did you give him any pills for that?
Yes, yes,
And were you using pills?
yes.
What Was he?
Yes.
Were you in communication with the defendant during this time?
I wasn't in communication with him.
What would you call it?
More than him texting me.
Would you text back?
I don't recall.
And did you get here on Saturday? If I tell you the shooting happened Sunday, down here the day before on Saturday?
Yes.
And do you remember going to sleep that night before?
I didn't go to sleep that night before.
What did you do?
I stayed up.
What did you do while staying up?
So me and Alexa was still up, and me and Alexa was still up around. We were still up, just chilling, and we ended up getting a call like 3 o'clock that morning, or 4 o'clock that morning.
Did Alexa know what was going on with you and the defendant?
Yes.
And how did, at that time, you staying up that night, Saturday night? What are your thoughts on the situation between you and the defendant?
I wasn't thinking about him when I came to see Alexa that night.
Do you recall if he was texting you that night?
No, I don't remember off back if he was texting me. I just know he called me. He called one of our phones private first. We didn't answer, and then he FaceTimed.
Okay, and you remember that distinctly?
Yes.
Around what time did that happen?
Around 3 or 4 o'clock that morning.
Were you sleeping?
No, me and Alexa was up.
And now I'm going to show you these exhibits, 19A and 19B. Do you recognize State's Exhibits 19A and 19B?
Yes.
What are these? What are the exhibits?
So this is the text between me and Will.
And do they fairly and accurately capture what the texts were between you and the defendant?
No, so there's some stuff that's missing.
Okay.
It's,
What do you mean by that?
it's more text messages missing. There's way more text messages missing.
Okay. And are there multiple text bubbles from each of you in there?
Yes.
And would you say that within those text bubbles, are those fair and accurate texts that were sent?
No.
Each individual bubble?
No.
Why do you say that?
Because like I said, it's some text messages that's missing.
But the messages that's within each bubble, is that fair and accurate?
No.
Okay. Do you remember a text message exchange between the two of you?
I didn't until I saw this piece of paper.
Okay, but, so then do these pieces of paper refresh your recollection on the text conversation?
Yes.
Okay. What was the defendant texting you?
So pretty sure he was texting me. He started texting me what he was gonna do to me when he see me.
Okay. And what were you responding with?
I don't know off back, but I'm pretty sure I was defending myself.
Okay. And do you recognize any of these conversations here and what's being said?
Yes.
And on these exhibits, would your messages be in the blue or in the white?
White.
And do the white bubbles, each individual message, is that fair and accurate? Even if there are messages missing in between?
So, no.
Did you say what was in the white bubbles?
Huh?
Did you say what was texted in the white
Yes.
bubbles? Did the defendant say what was texted in the blue bubbles?
Yes.
Now I'm going to make a motion to admit State's Exhibits 19A and 19B and publish them.
May we approach?
Yep. Okay, exhibits 19A and B are admitted.
So, you already make a motion to publish them?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. James, I'm gonna have them up here on the screen for the jury to see, up there if that's easier, or here. We'll start with 19A. Up there at the very top, there's the word Instagram and then a Jax K Fox T. TRXNA started live video. Is that an Instagram notification?
That's his Instagram notification.
Okay. And this is not from your phone?
No.
And again, I've already testified to this, but the bubbles that are in the white, is that what you stated?
Yes.
And in the blue, is that what the defendant stated?
Yes.
And do you see any times for when these texts were sent?
You said, do I see the time?
Yes, do you see any times?
No.
Starting with the first text exchange there, the white bubble and the blue bubble. Can you tell us what was texted there between the two of you?
Excuse me.
In the first, at the very top, the first white bubble and the first blue bubble. Can you tell me first what the defendant said to you in the text?
Oh, so the white bubble was me, and this was me responding to him talking about Alexa, about him having him and Alexa having sexual intercourse.
And thank you for correcting me. The white bubbles was you.
Yes.
And it says, "My bitch, I'll never touch you, dumbass." And that's what you understood that to mean, talking about Alexa,
Yes.
that she would never touch the defendant.
Yes.
And what were the texts preceding that one?
The text from him,
if you remember, yeah.
it was some type of text message saying that he had sexual intercourse with Alexa and that she was a HOE.
And then his response to what you said there, what did you respond?
It's like it's Bubbles missing or something.
What do you mean by that?
So it goes from my white Bubbles to him saying with my broke ass, there's something missing.
Do you believe he's responding to something that's missing?
Yeah.
And would that be text preceding
Yeah,
this?
it's probably texts between both of us.
Okay. And then the next thing you stated was, what was the next thing that you stated?
About to give Keon your address.
Then did you send emojis there?
Yes.
What do those emojis mean?
Laughing emojis.
What does that mean?
It was just laughter. It was to put some type of fear in him because of what he was doing.
Were the emojis to put the fear?
No, I was just laughing at him.
Okay. But was the text before to put some type of fear?
Yes.
But then you followed it up with, is that supposed to be laughing emojis?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because I felt like when I said about to get Keon your address, he got scared.
So what were the emojis meant to do?
Just to mock him by laughing.
And then in the blue bubbles, what was the defendant's response?
Drop your location, drop your location, drop your location.
Did you do that? Did you
No.
tell him where you were?
No,
What did you respond with?
we all on your ass.
What do you mean by that?
I was really just talking. I didn't mean anything by it.
And what was his response?
He dropped his location. I didn't ask where.
And then you responded. What was your response?
You pussy, you big pussy.
And what's his response?
Send it to him, the blue apartments.
And then what is your response?
You a lame rapper that do coke. Fat and you stink.
Why were you sending those messages?
It was all in response to what he was saying.
What was the purpose? What was the purpose behind sending them a response?
It really was no purpose. It was really like just standing up for myself.
Okay. And are there, now you said this isn't all of it. How many texts do you think were sent before this in this text exchange?
It's probably like, it's probably like 2 or 3 more pages like this that's supposed to be
Okay.
between this conversation.
I'm gonna move on to 19B. Now, do you remember if this next page, this LOL, is in response to the last thing you said in 19A?
I don't recall.
When you said you were a lame rapper. You know that LOL is a,
I can't say it. I don't know.
and again, this is not from your phone. Is this from your phone?
The blue part?
This screenshot, you said that.
No, it's from his phone.
And the blue part is not you.
No,
The white part is you?
yes.
So what do you say in response to that LOL?
Not me. That's what y'all do.
So what,
It's like it's messages that's missing.
even between 19A and 19B, there's messages that are missing?
Yeah, because it goes from laugh out loud to not me That's what y'all do. So it's something he had to say to make me respond.
And when he's saying LOL, what do you understand that to mean?
Laughing out loud.
So, these are words being exchanged between the two of you.
Yes.
And then he says, "See you soon, my dog, it's on the flow. My baby." What did you understand that to mean?
And when he see me, it's gonna be chaos.
Okay. Did you think that that's what it meant at that time while you were texting each other?
Yes.
And then what was your response to that?
That's why I'm up dog shit and still broke.
What did you mean by that?
Like I still have money and you don't.
And what does he say in response to you?
Fuck on hoe.
What does that mean?
Fuck on hoe.
Fuck on hoe?
Yeah.
Okay. That was the acronym for that?
Mhm.
And what do you respond to that?
You a joke.
And he says,
he meant to say, tell your bitch it's good dog over here.
and does he correct himself there in that next bubble?
Yes.
And then what do you respond?
It's on, your baby dead.
And then you have emojis there.
Mm-hmm.
Why'd you put the emojis?
It was to mock him.
Okay. And so are you mocking him during this?
And when, let me make this clear. When I say it's on, your baby dead, I was responding to him for what he said about my child. When I say it's on, it means when I see him that he had a problem because of what he said previously. It's not me saying like his baby, like it's on, your baby dead. I would never, that's not my character.
You wouldn't bring up children first?
No,
Is that what you're saying?
I would never.
And when you say you're mocking him, is that what you believe this was? Mocking each other?
No, on his end, it was, this is how he felt.
Objection, Your Honor.
As to how he felt, that's sustained.
Motion to strike.
It's stricken from the record.
And if you can, I want you to answer my question in regards to what you were thinking at that time, before the shooting, that time these texts were being exchanged. Was this mocking on your end?
Yes.
Did you believe he was mocking you back?
No, I believe he was angry and that's how he felt.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Then you say, nah, you tell her. And then is that right? He said, nah, you tell her?
Mm-hmm.
And what does he respond with?
Alright, she'll be here when you get back to when you go back to 7 Mile,
What's 7 Mile?
my home.
That's your street in Detroit?
Yes.
And then what's your response there?
Laughing emoji, you terrible.
Why were you sending him emojis in response to the things that he was saying?
It was to mock him. It was to... It was really to show him that he wasn't really getting to me.
He was trying to get to
He
you?
was trying to get to me.
Objection, Your Honor.
You felt like he was trying to get to you?
Yes.
That,
But
hold on, that's the same objection that's sustained. He can't testify to what the defendant felt.
was he getting to you?
In some ways, when you brought up my kid, yes.
How did you
When
feel?
you started bringing up my kid in my home, yes.
How did you feel?
I felt angry. I felt angry. I felt angry and betrayed because I didn't even know how he ended up getting my address. So I feel like somebody gave it to him.
You never gave him your address?
No.
All right, we're going to take our morning break. All right, I'm going to give you about 15 minutes. Remember not to discuss the case among yourselves or with anybody else. Don't try to find out any information from any other source, and do not come to any conclusion until the case is submitted to you. You can go out in the hallway, but the only one you can talk to is Mr. Langmack, okay? All right. Have a seat. Do you have anything to put on the record before we break?
Just that we still don't have those discs, Your
All
Honor.
right, let's get those discs. Do you have them here?
I don't have a way to give them to them. I can't put it on a disc here, so I'd have to contact my office
All
for
right,
that.
contact them during the break and have them get the stuff over here.
Yes, Your Honor.
You guys, from now on, I'll tell these people when they come up here,
you about, were you using Percocets?
Yes.
How did your drug usage affect your memory?
So like I don't like remember it all back until it's presented.
What was that?
I don't remember all back until it's presented.
What is the last part of it as it's presented?
Mm.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
So like I don't recall a lot until it's it's brought in front of me.
Until what?
It's brought in front of me.
Okay. Is that for this case or in general?
In general.
And how many pills were you doing a day?
Almost 10.
And how did it affect you when you were using it?
It had me incoherent, sluggish.
Are you still using Percocet?
No.
When did you stop?
After the date of the incident.
Why after the date of the incident?
After that, I just valued life more and just wanted to do.
I'm sorry, can you speak up?
I value life more and I just wanted to change. I just wanted to change my ways.
Is your memory affected though from the time that you were using Percocets? When you try to remember something from when you were using, how's your memory on those things?
When I'm on Percocets,
When you're trying to remember things from that time, from when you were using, how's your memory on those things?
it's not that good.
And did the car accident that you were in, did that affect your memory at all?
It have,
It had in the past.
yes.
Does it still have any lasting effect today on your memory that you know of?
No,
Did you work on that so that it wouldn't affect you today?
yes.
How long did it take you to work on your memory?
So I was, right after the accident, I was 13 at the time. They had me in a memory training program for like 2 years.
Okay, that was when you were a kid?
Yes,
And you feel that it was effective in its training?
yes,
Did it assist you in completing school?
yes,
And does it, that training and that recovery, does it still assist you today?
yes,
But the drug usage has affected it.
yes.
Before the break, we also, the last text we read, I believe, was from the defendant saying when you get back to 7 Mile, correct?
Yes,
And that was how you learned that he knew your address, right?
yes.
But you had said that he had come to Detroit one time before, is that right? When, was that,
I believe so. It wasn't for me.
did he, I'm asking about the time that he came that you took his money.
Oh, yes.
Where did you meet when he came there? Was it at your house?
So I took him to where I grew up at.
Was that your house?
No, not at my home.
So he didn't know where you lived?
No,
And you didn't know how he found out that you lived on 7 Mile?
no.
And then you had also, before we started talking about those texts, mentioned a distinct call that you remember from the defendant in the middle of the night.
Yes.
What do you remember from that call?
So I remember him calling private. Somebody called him private. We didn't answer to somebody.
You didn't answer?
No, we did.
Okay.
To somebody FaceTiming one of our phones. I don't remember who phone he FaceTimed between me and Alexa.
And when it was a FaceTime call, do you remember knowing that it was him on the other end?
Yes.
Okay. Was that because his contact information came up?
No, I saw him.
Oh, okay. Was that after the call was answered?
Yeah. Yes.
Was that a video chat?
Yes.
And what else do you remember?
I just remember us answering the phone. Him yelling, screaming with 3 dudes in the background.
What was he yelling and screaming?
Talking about what he was gonna do when he see me and how he was gonna do it.
Who were, what did he say he was gonna do when he saw you?
He said he was gonna kill me.
Did he make any threats to anyone else?
Yeah, he made threats to
To who?
to me and Alexa. He made threats about our families. He said he was gonna harm her family. He was gonna go to Detroit and harm our family. He got to talking demonic, talking about what he was gonna do to my kids and how he was gonna do it.
Do you remember the specifics of what he said?
He said something about taking him and doing it. I don't remember word for word. I just remember him saying he was gonna take him and do something to him.
What do you remember?
Like I said, I just remember him saying that.
Okay.
I can't recall word for word how he said it.
Did you say anything back then?
I was saying stuff back, but we also was recording him. So I wasn't saying too much. That
What do you remember saying?
it was short for me. I don't remember word for word. I just know I kept it short and he was talking more.
Were you saying the same kinds of things that the defendant was saying?
No.
What type of things were you saying?
I don't recall word for word.
Were they threats?
Possibly, but not to his extent.
What do you mean by not to his extent? Were they threats to the defendant?
Yes.
Were they a threat to anyone else?
No.
And what do you mean by not to his extent?
Because like I said, he brought up my family. He was bringing up family. And he was like describing what he was going to do to him.
Did anyone in your family know about the defendant?
No.
Anyone in your family know about that you had met up with him in Detroit?
No.
About any of that?
No.
Do you know if Alexa knew about that? At that
She knew afterward. She didn't know
That
at that
time she
time.
didn't know?
No.
Was that something that you told anyone?
No.
And do you remember anything else from that video chat?
No.
Did you know the other people in the video?
No.
Did you see anything else in the video?
I saw a familiar person. I don't know none of the people that was in the video, but I saw Craig.
Familiar person?
Yeah, he was a familiar person.
And it was who you believed was Craig?
Yes.
Did you see any guns in the video?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of gun?
Yes.
What do you remember?
So I saw like a 40 Glock and some type of shotgun.
How was it being used in the video?
They was just holding the guns, taunting.
What happened after that video chat? Did you talk to the defendant anymore that night?
After the video chat, I hung up and we didn't talk for the rest of the night.
Did you go back to sleep?
No,
What did you do?
I stayed up.
Why?
I couldn't sleep because of what he had said about my family down in Detroit.
And how, did you go to sleep at all leading up to the shooting?
No.
What do you remember from that morning?
So like, as soon as the sun came up, I remember calling Philip to come get me.
Did you text him as well?
Yes.
Do you remember what you texted him?
Yes.
What'd you text him?
It's an emergency, come get me. I might have to whack a nigga.
Why did you say that?
It was because of the FaceTime call
What did you mean by that?
that I could possibly be putting my hands on somebody.
What do you mean? What do you mean when you say putting your hands on somebody?
Fighting.
A fight?
Mm.
With weapons?
No.
Fist fight?
Yes.
Did Philip come pick you up?
Yes.
And where did you go when he picked you up?
To William Apartments.
And what did you bring with you?
Nothing. Just Philip.
Why did you ask Philip to give you a ride?
Because he was a friend. He was a
Sorry?
friend. He was my friend.
Okay. So you knew he'd give you a ride?
Yes.
Did you expect Philip to help you fight the defendant?
No.
Why not?
Because that wasn't, I never saw Philip fight, so, and then it was my problem, it wasn't his.
Did you think you could hold your own in a fist fight?
Yes.
And did you go there planning to have a fist fight, or were you going to talk?
It was a fist fight. It was when I seen him fight.
Did you tell Philip that that's why you were going?
Yes.
Did you tell him the specifics of why there was going to be a fight?
No. I don't recall. I don't recall.
Okay. Why did you feel that you'd have to have a fist fight with the defendant?
Because of the stuff he was saying.
I'm sorry?
Because of the things he was saying.
Okay. When you went there, did you have a gun?
No.
Did you have any weapon?
I had no weapon.
Can I ask you this? Did you have a crowbar?
No. I had no weapon.
What did you have with you?
I had nothing but my hands.
When you got there, what happened?
So when I got there, Philip pulled up to the apartments. I jumped out the car, went up to his apartment building. I grabbed the door to try to go in. The door was locked, so I ended up looking through like the side window that was right there. I went to turn around.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that we all. You ended up doing what at the side window?
I ended up peeking through the side window.
Okay. And I'm sorry I stopped you.
After I peeked through the window, I went to turn around and get back in the car. And as I was about to get in the car to reach for the door, I heard somebody call my name. They yelled Ace. And before I could look up, it was shots behind it. It was shots.
Did you see who shot at you?
I didn't see it. I didn't have a chance to lift my head.
What did you do when shots started being fired?
I jumped in the car and I ducked down.
Do you know how many shots were fired?
I don't know exactly.
Was it more than one?
Yes.
What happened then?
So I jumped in the car, and I started to bend down. And as I'm looking through like the rear view, I can see like the car that I guess they were in. They had like back. They had blocked us in for like probably 3 seconds, and then I heard like the engine rev, like somebody like stepped on the gas and started off, and the car probably jumped like 10 or 15 feet forward. And as they was turning around, I'm telling Philip to get us out of here. He panicking. So I'm like, they about to turn around. We gotta pull up. So we end up pulling off, and it was like it's a side street before the main street. When we got to the first street, we made a right, and we made another right into a driveway, and we saw them go past us as if they was like trying to see where we was at. They went past. We ended up pulling out. We ended up jumping on the freeway, going down the ramp, and the car started breaking down. I guess the tire was shot out. The car started moving. Philip couldn't drive anymore. So I'm telling Philip, like, we gotta get out of here. They might still be in the area. We gotta go. So I ended up calling somebody, and they was like in the area. They came within like 2 to 3 minutes. I'm telling Philip, like, we gotta go. He didn't jump in the car with me, so I ended up leaving.
When you were ducked down, what did you do when you ducked down in the car? You show us how you ducked down.
I was just covering my head, like covering my head up under the, like almost like in between the chair, like where your feet at, where your feet go.
Were you ducked all the way down?
Yes.
Did you, okay.
Like that.
And you put your hands over your head?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when you guys went into the side street, you said you told Philip, let's go.
Yes.
And then you went into a side street.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 1. Can. And I'm going to put it in front of you here. Then it's also right here. State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this?
So I don't know which way it's pointing. I just know it was the side street behind. It's a Walmart. It was the side street behind the Walmart.
Was that a dead end street?
I believe so.
Why did you go down that street, the dead end street?
It was really to get off because I knew like they were still like far back some, so I just told them like to hurry up and make a right and make another right just to lose them.
Okay. As you were driving away, how did you feel?
I was scared. I was angry. It was different emotions just running through me.
Did you check there inside the car? Check if everything was okay?
Yes.
What did you do to do that?
So like I just started checking my body. So like like the bullet holes, it was bullet holes like on my side of the car. It was more bullet holes probably on my side of the car than Phillips.
Are you saying on the outside of the car?
Yeah, on the outside of the car, but more on my side though.
When did you see the bullet holes on the outside of the car?
After the car broke down.
And did you check while you were inside the car? Did you check yourself or the inside of the car?
No, we was checking ourselves, so we didn't check the inside of the car.
And Philip didn't go with you?
No.
Where did you go?
I went home. I went back to Detroit.
Did you go straight back?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 4 here. This previously been admitted, I'm going to publish it now. Mr. Anderson, I'm not going to show you anything in front of you there. I'm just going to play it up here.
Okay.
If you want, you can take your coat off.
I'm cold.
I'm now going to play State's Exhibit 4. What are we seeing here, Mr. Anderson?
That's me reaching for the door. That's me reaching for the door and looking inside the glass shield.
That was on that day of April 26, 2020?
Yes, that's right. That's like seconds before the shooting.
Okay. What were you doing there?
There to confront Will.
And specifically in this shot, is that when you're looking at through the side window?
Yes.
And what do you have in your hand there?
That might be my cell phone.
Okay. I'm going to continue to play it.
Yeah, that was my cell phone.
Okay. And now you've left the view of the camera there, right?
Yeah.
Where did you go?
I went to walk, so the car is directly in front of the apartment building, probably like 5 to 10 feet. So, like I said, I went to turn around to get in the car, and this is the shooting going on. The shooting right after I walk away, like seconds after I walk away from the door.
And so that was the footage of you trying to open the door, looking through the window, walking away.
Yes.
I'm going to show you. See, it's exhibits 17A and 17B as well. 17A. Is this a USB
Yes.
with a tag attached to it?
Yes.
Have you seen that before?
Yes.
How do you know you've seen it before?
I think I saw it through you.
Okay. And when we showed it to you, did you mark it in any way so that you would know if you saw it again that was the one you saw?
Yes.
How'd you mark it?
I put my initials and I dated it.
And whose voice is on the audio on that USB?
That's William's voice.
William,
Yes,
the defendant?
yes,
I'm gonna show you 17B. Is that a disc?
yes,
Have you seen that before?
yes.
How do you know you've seen it before?
So at the,
You saw it for me?
yes,
And did you mark the disc in it anyway so that if you saw it again, you'd know it was the disc you saw?
yes.
How'd you do that?
Put my initials.
And you see that on the disc there?
Yes,
And whose voice is on the audio on this disc?
William.
And you talked to William plenty of times before,
Yes,
heard his voice plenty of times?
yes.
Did you call the police?
No,
Why not?
because I didn't know the feedback that was gonna come from it.
I'm sorry,
I didn't know the feedback that was gonna come from it,
from what?
from me calling the police, like the whole situation.
You were worried about the feedback, is that what you said?
Yes,
From calling the police?
yes.
And were you afraid of retaliation for coming to the police?
No,
I'm sorry?
no.
Okay. What do you mean by feedback then?
Like, I didn't know if I had committed a crime, like
Okay,
going to this place and like,
going there to fight,
yeah,
and were you concerned about the drugs as well?
yes,
And we stated this previously, but when we talked to you, we told you that the court granted you immunity for those things.
yes.
Were you concerned about other people finding out that you had talked to the prosecutor, talked to the police?
You say, was I concerned that I
Yes.
have talked to y'all?
Were you concerned about going to the police? Or people finding out that you had talked with the prosecutor's office?
Yes,
You were?
yes.
Tanner, may I have just a moment?
Yep.
Why were you afraid of people finding out that you had talked to the prosecutor's office?
I just didn't, the word snitch, I didn't want that being put on me.
You didn't want the word snitch being put on you.
Yes,
And is that based on the community that you have in Troy, neighborhood you grew up in?
yes,
Um, And you never spoke with any detectives in this case?
no,
And, and you're here under subpoena, correct?
yes,
We talked about how you saw that the defendant had a gun before you went there.
yes.
Why did you still go there?
I didn't think that he would try to take my life.
Why?
Because of the area, for real.
What do you mean by that?
Like we in like a suburban area, like stuff like that don't happen here. So I didn't think that was gonna happen.
What are you referring to when you say suburban area?
What you mean?
I'm sorry?
What you mean?
What area are you referring to as the suburban area?
This.
Lake County?
Yeah.
East Lake?
Yes.
You didn't think that there'd be a drive-by shooting in East Lake?
No.
Yeah, may I have just one more comment? I have no other questions at this time, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Good
Or is it
afternoon.
morning still? Morning.
Morning.
My name's Mary Springer. I represent the defendant, Will Jackson. We haven't had the occasion to speak before. When did you get to speak with the prosecutors first?
A couple weeks ago.
A couple weeks ago?
Yes.
And this incident happened back in 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Who contacted you back in 2020 to get your side of the story?
So I received a mail from the victims unit.
You received what? Mail?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. What did you do with that?
I opened it and I called the number that was on there.
And then what happened?
I talked to someone, told them that I was over the situation and that I didn't want to have anything to do with this.
You didn't want to have anything to do with this case?
No.
Did any law enforcement officers speak with you prior to Will being charged?
What you mean?
Will's been charged with attempting to murder you, right?
Right.
Who spoke with you prior to him being charged?
No one.
Do you recognize the police officer that's in the courtroom?
What police officer? No.
No? You don't recognize any police officers?
No.
You didn't speak to any police officers, right?
Not that I recall, no.
You can't recall or no?
I don't recall.
Okay.
And what you mean by speaking to them? Like how?
Words, with your words, speaking with words.
Over the phone or in person?
Either way.
I don't recall.
You asked for some clarification just there, if it was over the phone or in person.
No.
Why did you ask
I'm
that?
trying to understand what you was asking. That was it.
Okay, so did you speak to any police officers over the telephone?
I don't recall.
Did you speak with any in person?
I don't recall.
You testify a lot about the things that you do recall, right?
Yes.
Do you think it would have been helpful to give your side of the story back in 2020
Helpful to who?
to this jury to understand what happened?
Yes.
Okay, because you probably would have remembered a little bit better back then, right?
I can't go off that because at the time I was using drugs. So
Okay, and you said that that drug use has affected your memory, right?
yeah, at that time.
And so if you had given a statement to law enforcement back in 2020, that would have been more fresh in your memory, the events that occurred, right?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about what you said the quote-unquote beef was with Will, okay?
Yes.
You had said this has something to do with a safe that was stolen,
Yes.
and the safe was stolen from a person that you described being your preschool friend,
Yes.
and you're telling the jury
that Will Jackson confessed to you to stealing your preschool friend's safe?
Yes.
Why would he do that?
I don't know. That's something you have to ask him.
Okay. And after he made this confession to you, when did you call law enforcement to let them know?
I never called law enforcement.
Okay. Instead, you decided to rob Will, right?
Objection.
I decided
Hold on, sustained.
I decided to
Hey, hold on. When there's an objection, you stop talking until I rule, okay? I sustained it, Ms. Springer's gonna ask you another question, okay?
So I'm gonna direct your attention to the end of February or the beginning of March of 2020.
Can you repeat that?
I'm gonna direct your attention to the end of February or the beginning of March of 2020, okay?
Okay.
You testified that you remember Will trying to buy pills from you in Detroit, right?
Yes.
You said that he attempted to buy $2,100 worth of pills from you.
No, I said 1,200. I said 1,200 to 1,300.
So that's $1,200.
Yes, $1,200.
On that occasion, Will actually picked you up in Lake County and drove you back to Detroit with Trina in the car, right?
Yes.
And he did that because you needed a ride back to Detroit.
It's not because I needed a ride. He thought that I was about to give him something. I never had intentions on giving him.
So you tricked him.
That's what you call it?
You told him you were going to sell him pills, right?
I never told him, he asked.
Okay. So he asked to buy pills from you and you agreed to give him pills.
Yes.
And so he picks you up in Lake County. Trina's in the car, right?
Yes.
And he drives you back to Detroit where you live.
Yes.
And you offered to give him a discount on the pills if he bought them in Detroit.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that?
I don't recall that.
Do you know how much you would sell pills for in Lake County?
I was using.
That's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, do you know how much you would sell pills for in Lake County?
No, I don't recall.
Do you know that you would sell pills for more money in Lake County than in Detroit?
No, I don't recall.
No?
No.
Why would you come to Lake County to sell pills?
I was using.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you why you would come to Lake County to sell pills.
Objection.
I wasn't selling pills.
Hold on, sustained.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Back in 2020, you would come to Lake County, Ohio to sell pills, right?
No.
No?
No.
Why has the state of Ohio offered to give you immunity?
Objection.
Overruled.
You've been granted immunity in this case, right?
Yes.
For trafficking in drugs. Right?
Yes.
And now you're testifying to this jury that you did not sell drugs in Lake County.
I was not selling drugs in Lake County. I was a user.
Why did you need immunity?
Because of I guess, whatever they had on me or something.
All right. So we can talk a little bit more about that in a couple of minutes, but let's get back to the incident that happened in Detroit, okay?
Yes.
So you, Will, and Trina drove back to Detroit, right?
Yes.
And then Will handed you the money.
Yes.
You counted it,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
you went inside of an apartment, right?
Yes.
And you never came back out.
No, I did.
And you say that you did this because you were getting back at Will from stealing money from Xavier Burton?
Yes.
Okay. This was a vigilante justice sort of situation?
No, it wasn't vigilante. Like I said, we grew up at the age of 5. We always protected one another.
So you felt like you needed to protect Xavier Burton?
Yes.
And you know that Xavier Burton was in the custody of the Ohio Department of Corrections when you did that?
Yes.
So what were you protecting him from?
It was to get back. First, Xavier don't know nothing that's going on.
Okay, so when you took the money from Will,
I did it.
I'm gonna ask you the question now, okay? When you took that money from Will, did you give it to Xavier?
No.
Did you put it on his commissary in the prison?
I have put money on this account.
Okay, but you kept Will's money for yourself, right? This wasn't for Xavier,
It was for Xavier. It was
but
about
Xavier's in
It
prison.
was about Xavier.
And you felt that you could take that upon yourself?
Yes.
And Xavier, as I indicated, is currently incarcerated. Do you know when he went to prison?
Yes.
When?
2019.
And he went for drug trafficking, right?
Is that why you're at?
That's my question to you. Your preschool best friend, did you?
I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing about his case. I don't know how much time he got. Nothing about his case.
Okay, and he's your preschool best friend?
Yes.
So prior to you guys driving to Detroit, you had actually sold drugs to Will on other occasions, right?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that?
No.
Okay. And again, you have immunity for drug trafficking in Lake County, right?
Yes.
So you have the ability to be open and honest and free, and you know that you will not be charged.
Yes.
Will Jackson does not have immunity, right?
Objection.
Sustained, come on up here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard some testimony about the immunity that Mr. Anderson has in this case. I'm going to read it to you so you know exactly what it is. And here's the paragraph that's applicable. The court orders that by answering or producing the information, Vincent L. Anderson will receive immunity from prosecution pursuant to Division B of Revised Code 294544, and shall not be prosecuted or subject to any criminal penalty in the courts of this state for or on account of any transaction or matter on or around April 26, 2020, concerning possession of a controlled substance, trafficking in a controlled substance, and/or aggravated menacing, which, in compliance with this order, he gave an answer or produced any information. So that is the parameters of his immunity. Ms. Springer?
Thank you, Your Honor. When we're talking about the day that you all traveled to Detroit, do you remember the day before that?
No.
You don't remember the day before that?
No.
Do you remember selling drugs to Will Jackson prior to that day?
I do not recall.
You do not recall that?
No, I don't.
Why did you decide that day, out of the blue, would be the day that you would get justice for Xavier Burton?
Because that's the day that he asked me to grab something, I believe.
And you don't remember him asking you the day before?
No, I do not.
Why did you think that it was okay to do that,
To do what?
to take Will's money?
Because he ran in my friend's house and he stole $15,000 out his house.
You knew that Will wouldn't call the police, right?
Objection.
I don't know what was.
Hold on, sustain.
Did any police officers ever speak to you about stealing Will's money in Detroit?
No.
You had a pretty good leg up on Will, right? You were in your hometown.
What you mean by a leg up?
You were in your hometown,
Yeah, yes, I was.
and he asked to buy drugs from you,
Yes.
and you didn't give him those drugs.
I never intended on giving him no drugs at all.
Okay. So you lured him to Detroit to do that?
I didn't lure nobody. He came willingly, and that's what he wanted.
And you never had any
I
intention,
never had no intentions on giving him any drugs.
but you told him you did, right?
Yes.
And you know that Will is local to the Lake County area, right?
I don't know what Will is and what he isn't. I can't tell you nothing about him besides being mutual friends through somebody.
And Alexa is one of those mutual friends, right?
Yes.
Your girlfriend at the time?
Yes.
And Alexa was from the area of Lake County, right?
From Willoughby Hills.
Okay. And you know that she has been friends with Will for a significant period of time
Yes.
because Will is also from this area.
Yes.
What kind of drugs were you selling?
I wasn't selling no drugs.
The immunity that the judge just read onto the record.
I had a habit. I was a user.
So you're sticking to the story that you did not sell any drugs.
I was a user. I was using bad. I had an addiction.
After this happened in Detroit, do you remember reading a Facebook post, or excuse me, a social media post that Will put out saying that all of his friends should not buy drugs from you because you were robbing people?
No, I do not. I don't recall. No,
You don't recall, or you didn't read that?
I don't recall reading that.
Okay. So that could be true.
I don't recall reading
Okay.
it.
So if someone testifies that maybe has a better memory than you,
Possibly.
Objection.
Sustain.
why don't you recall?
I don't recall
Why?
because I don't remember.
Okay. Did people stop trying to contact you about buying drugs in Lake County?
Wasn't no one contacting me about buying drugs.
Let's talk about your trip to Lake County on April 25th, 2020, okay? That is when Phil came to Detroit to pick you up, right?
Yes.
Per your request.
Yes.
Do you remember texting with Phil about this?
Yes.
Okay, what was your phone number at that time?
I don't remember.
Was it 313-506-1751?
Possibly.
If I showed you a picture of the text messages, I think that you would recognize them.
Objection. May we approach?
Yep. All right, go ahead, Ms. Springer.
We were just talking about the text messages between you and Phil Herbrook back in 2020, right?
Yes,
And you had testified to some of those text messages earlier today, right?
yes.
I'm going to show you a copy of what's had previously been marked as Defendant's Exhibit A. There are several documents here. So it starts with A0.
Where does it go?
Can you see him? Oh, I'm sorry.
It goes A0 through A what? Do you know?
See where you started in the text. A0 through A13, Your Honor. So that's 0.
Are these in chronological order?
Yeah, the only one.
But like, so this is the first page. I just want to make sure I know where. So these would be. Oh, okay. You're not showing me those yet? I'm looking to. You're just showing these now? But so these are from February. This is in February. Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah.
Mr. Anderson, I'm going to start by showing you what has been previously marked as A0. Okay. Right there on that paper, it says Ace new number. Do you see that?
Yes,
And your street name is Ace.
yes,
Do you recognize that phone number that's listed there?
yes,
And do you recognize that to be your phone number?
yes,
I'm now going to show you a copy of what has been previously marked as
Hold on. Does that end in 1751?
1751.
Okay.
Could you read the number to the jury, please?
1313-506-1751.
And that was your phone number in 2020?
Yes,
And this screenshot is not from your phone, right? Because you wouldn't have yourself as a
that
contact.
is not from my phone.
Are you aware that this is from your friend Phil Herbrook's phone?
No, I wasn't until you just told me.
Okay. You remember having an opportunity to review the text messages, right? The ones where you referenced saying you were gonna whack Will in your direct testimony?
Yes,
Okay. So this is screenshots of those exact same text messages, okay?
yes,
So I'm gonna show you now what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit A4 through A13.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to start at the bottom of the page where it says Friday at 2:58 p.m.
So you start at the bottom?
Yep, start at the bottom where it says Friday. Are you familiar with iPhones?
Yes.
Does this appear to be from an iPhone?
Yes.
Did your friend Phil Herbert have an iPhone?
Yes.
Okay. So at the bottom of that page, do you see the conversation that you were having with Mr. Herbrook related to you coming back to Ohio?
Yes.
Okay. And which color of text messages are you?
White.
And which are Phil?
Blue.
And so what did you ask Phil for?
A ride.
Okay. And did he offer to give you that ride?
What you mean by off?
Was he gonna come pick you up in Detroit?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the second page there that you're looking at. And that's been previously marked as Defendant Exhibit A4. Is that what it says at the top?
So we on A5, right?
A5, okay, thank you. Did you see the blue text message where Phil says, I have a 2020 Charger rental right now?
Yes.
Okay. Could you read through that page and see if that all looks familiar to you?
This all is familiar to
It all looks familiar? That's the text message that you recognize between you and Phil that happened in the days leading up to the incident that happened in Lake County?
Yes.
Okay. And so, if you're looking at that page, do you see where it says Friday at 4:11 p.m.? You ask Phil, are you coming?
Yes.
Phil says, yes, I'm leaving in 15 minutes, boss. He called you boss?
That's just how Phil talk.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and go to the next page, A6. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
Does the top of the page say, I can't leave until tomorrow?
Yes.
So then, Phil says, so don't come, question mark?
Objection.
Overruled.
Does that page all look accurate to you?
Yes.
Why don't you go to the next page, A7. Does that look accurate? Has it been altered in any way?
No. This is accurate and no.
Okay. Phil was asking if he could get a little bit extra for gas.
Where is that at?
Towards the bottom of the page, the blue text message. You see where he says like a little extra for gas?
Yes.
When you go to the next page, we're looking at A8. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does that look to be altered in any way?
No.
You said, yes, leave early, Phil, I need you.
Yes.
And you guys have communication back and forth about when he's gonna come pick you up, right?
Yes.
Okay, go to the next page, A9. Does that look familiar?
Yes.
It hasn't been altered in any way.
No.
So this one says Saturday, 10:09 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so we're getting closer to the time of the events, right?
Yes.
And you say, I'm ready. Yes?
Yes.
And then he says, all right, about to leave, right?
Yes.
And then he's kind of updating you about his whereabouts and when he's gonna pick you up, right?
Yes.
Okay, next page, A10. You're familiar with that page, right?
Yes.
Hasn't been altered in any way.
No.
you say to Phil, I see you.
Yes,
So Phil arrived in Detroit to pick you up, right?
yes,
Then about halfway down that page, it says Saturday, 10:13 p.m. You say WID Little Bro, right?
yeah, what you doing?
That means what are you doing?
Yes,
And then you guys correspond for a little while, right?
yes,
Go ahead, go to the next page. A11. Are you familiar with that?
yes,
Fair and accurate copy, nothing's been altered.
no,
Okay, go ahead. Does it look to you in reading these text messages that you had arrived in Lake County?
what was your question?
Does it look to you by reading these text messages that Phil had picked you up and that you guys had driven to Lake County together?
What day, what day is this?
You see where it says yesterday at 5:56 a.m.?
It say yesterday, but what day is this? Like,
Okay.
what day is this?
Well, why don't you tell us?
I'm asking you, what day is this?
Well, listen. She asks the questions, you gotta answer them. If you don't know the answer, then you say, I don't know.
I don't
Ask another question. Okay.
After Phil picked you up in Detroit, where'd you guys go?
He took me to the room.
To a room
Yes,
at the Red Roof Inn?
Yeah.
Okay,
I believe so.
all right. And you can go to page A12. Is that the page that starts with my bad?
Yes,
And you recognize that page, right?
yes,
And it's a fair and accurate copy.
yes,
And you recognize it to be the text messages that were between you and Phil Herbrook on the day of the incident, right?
that morning, yes.
Let's go to the final page, A13. Do you recognize those messages?
You said, do I recognize it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Have they been altered in any way?
So, from what I'm looking at, I don't know, it's like, no,
Your Honor, I would move to admit defense exhibit A 4 through 13.
Any objection to A4 through 13?
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
Permission to publish.
Go ahead.
All right, we're looking here at Defense Exhibit 12. And you have that in front of you, right?
Yes.
And you texted to Phil, my bad, went to sleep late, some fuck shit happened.
Yes.
Phil asked you what went down, right?
Yes.
Why don't you read your message to the jury that you sent to Phil Herbrook?
Got a record, nigga, bro. I'll tell you about it when I see you. This shit serious. Where you at, bro? Come slide on me.
Who are you talking about?
I was talking about Will.
And you said this shit is serious, right?
Yes. Meaning murder.
It's okay, I didn't ask for any follow-up.
Don't wait for another question when you're done, okay?
Have you seen Goodfellas before?
No.
You've never seen the movie Goodfellas?
No.
Okay. What does the word whack mean?
From where I grew up, fighting.
Fighting?
Yeah.
We turn the lights back on. Thank you. It's your testimony to this jury that when you say, I gotta whack the N-word, that you meant you gotta fight him?
From where I grew up, yes, that's what that means.
Alright. And your intention was to fight Will Jackson.
Yes.
How much do you weigh?
170.
170?
Yes.
You see Will, right? You know Will.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. When you're talking to Phil about going to sleep late because some fuck shit happened, what was that?
I was talking about when Will FaceTimed me.
Okay. Do you remember that prior to Will FaceTiming you, you went live on social media?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that?
No.
Okay. Do you recall making threats to Will and his family?
I don't recall. No.
Why is it that you cannot recall?
Because there's not, I don't remember, first of all.
Okay. Why can you recall that Will was allegedly threatening you?
Because he was more aggressive. He
was the aggressor.
Yeah, yes.
Do you remember, you claim that you never had a firearm at the Red Roof Inn, right?
I never had a firearm.
You stated on direct examination that you and Alexa previously lived together, right?
Yes.
And that was in Euclid?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Well, when did you stop living there?
So we moved in December 2018. We was moving out September 2019.
Why?
I didn't want to live in the house anymore.
You didn't want to live in the house anymore?
No.
Do you remember being raided by the police?
Yes.
Do you remember the police finding guns at that home?
I remember them finding a shotgun at the home.
Okay. And that was yours?
That was a shotgun that was already there. That was not mine.
There when you moved in?
Yes, it was.
Do you know what aggravated menacing means?
Objection.
Overruled.
Do you know what aggravated menacing means?
Yeah, in a way, yes.
Do you know that it means to knowingly cause another...
Overruled.
Do you know that aggravated menacing means to knowingly cause another person to believe that you will cause serious physical harm to that person or the property of that person or a member of the other person's immediate family? Did you know that that's what aggravated menacing means?
Not fully, no, I didn't.
You didn't know?
No.
Okay. And aggravated menacing is one of the charges that you've been granted immunity for, right?
Yes.
because that's exactly what you did. You aggravatedly menaced Will Jackson.
Objection.
I cannot. I didn't. Like I said, it was our response for what he was doing.
Okay? So you threatened Will, right?
I don't recall what was being said.
If you don't remember what was being said, why did you need immunity?
I can't answer it. I don't know.
You were not willing to speak until you got that immunity, right?
I didn't want anything to do with any of this.
Okay.
I had went home and started my life over for the better. I didn't want anything to do with any of this.
Okay. And so, for 2.5 years, you've been living your life, right?
Yes.
Okay. Without being involved in this case in any way.
Yes.
Right? But then a couple of weeks ago, the prosecutors got a hold of you, right?
Yes.
And you were not willing to speak with them until you were granted immunity from this court.
I wanted to speak to him. I just didn't know the situation of what was going on.
You were afraid that you had committed a crime.
Like I said, I didn't know.
That's what you testified to on direct examination. You were afraid that you committed a crime, right?
Yes.
You talked about the FaceTime where Will called you, right?
Yes.
Do you remember saying to Will in that FaceTime, what are you, high on coke or something, waiting all this time to call me?
It's possible that I said that.
And what you meant by that was, Will and you didn't have any communication prior to that, right?
What you mean by that?
You said, what, are you high on coke or something, waiting all this time to call me? That was the first time Will had called you.
That wasn't the first time Will had called me.
Okay.
I don't know why I said that.
Okay, you don't know why you said that?
I don't recall even saying that, but what I'm saying is that he was calling me.
He was calling you?
Yes.
Do you remember threatening Trina Jenkins?
I don't recall that.
Do you remember threatening to rape her?
No.
Do you remember threatening to murder her?
No.
Do you remember threatening to wipe blood on Will's 2-year-old child's forehead, writing ACE?
No, that was said to me from Will that he was going to do to my kids when he said some demonic stuff. That was said to me.
Hold on. Let him finish the
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah, that was said to me.
Okay. All right. Who did you tell that to?
Alexa.
Do you remember listening to those phone calls with Peter Mead?
Yes.
Did you hear on that phone call Will tell Peter Mead that you made those threats?
I heard him tell Peter Mead that he tried to kill me.
Did you hear Will say to Peter he was saying crazy shit?
He was lying.
Are you aware that the phone call between Will and Peter Mead was recorded, right? You have that.
I know, yes.
Do you know why it's recorded?
All jail phones was recorded, right?
Peter Mead was in jail, right?
Okay, yes.
So Peter Mead's jail call was recorded, right?
Yes.
And on the day of the incident, Will called his friend to describe the incidents that happened, right?
Yes.
Why would he have a reason to lie?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why would he tell us?
Hold on. Wait for another question.
These weren't Will's jail calls, right? He wasn't in jail.
What you mean by that?
Peter Mead was in jail.
Yes.
Will was not.
I don't know if he was in jail or not.
Okay. I'm talking about April 26th, the day that you claim to be shot at. That's when Will called Peter Mead, right?
I don't know when he called Peter Mead.
You reviewed the calls.
From what I understand, that incident had already happened. He talked to Peter Mead after the incident happened.
On the day of the incident.
I don't know when he talked to him. All I'm telling you is that he talked to him after the incident.
And these phone calls were not recorded because Will Jackson was incarcerated, right?
Yes, I guess so.
Okay, so these were Peter Mead's random calls with Will.
Yes.
And Peter is Will's friend.
Yes.
I'm gonna go back to those text messages that we were just looking at. If we could go ahead and look at A13, the last one there.
Yes.
Okay. So this is just the final portion of the text message between you and Phil, right?
Yes.
And you were asking Phil to come slide on you?
Yes.
What does that mean?
To come get me.
And Phil said, I'm coming right now.
Yes.
And after that exchange, Phil picked you up, right?
Yes.
And you sat in the 2020 Charger, right?
Yes.
And you directed him on how to get to Will Jackson's house.
Yes.
Did you have to use a GPS?
No.
You know how to get to Will Jackson's house.
I'm familiar with the area.
And you know how to get to Will Jackson's
I was
house?
familiar with the area.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking if you know how to get to Will Jackson's house.
It was on a humbug. I didn't know if I was going to pull up to the right house or not.
You didn't know if you were going to pull up to the right house or not?
No.
You've been to Will's house, right?
I've been to his house once.
Okay.
Once before.
So what was your plan then? To just kind of wander around Eastlake until you found Will?
My plan was to find Will.
To whack him?
To put my hands on him.
Okay, all right. So, do you remember talking to your girlfriend, Alexa, in the hotel before you left?
I didn't talk to Alexa. Alexa was asleep when I left.
Okay. Did you tell Alexa that you were going to Will's house? Let me finish. Did you tell Alexa that you were going to Will's house for a peaceful confrontation?
I never told Alexa. She was asleep when I woke up and left. I didn't tell her what I was about to go do or who I was about to go see. She didn't know anything. She was asleep.
Alexa didn't know anything of your plans?
No.
So she had no idea whether or not what you were doing, right?
No.
And it's your testimony that you never told her that you were going to peacefully confront Will?
I never told her
Because
that.
that was not your intention, right?
Intention to do what?
You were not
Make
intending
peace?
on peacefully confronting Will.
No.
You were going to whack him.
I wasn't going to whack him. I was going to fight him.
You said right here, gotta whack an N-word.
Where I'm from, whacking means fight.
Okay, so you were going to go whack him.
I was going to go fight him.
Whack him.
All right, listen. You've asked that question, and what that means, he's told you what it means. You've asked, listen to me. You've asked him the same question, he's answered it the same way. You've done it the third, fourth, and fifth time. Each way, he's answered the question the same way. So you believe it means one word on the screen, he explains it means another word. So we're done with that subject.
I
Okay?
understand, Your Honor.
All right.
So you tell Phil how to get to Will's house, right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with Will's car.
I'm not familiar with his car.
You're not familiar with Will's car?
I didn't even know he had a car.
How about when he drove you to Detroit?
I didn't know who car it was.
Did you tell Phil where to park?
Yes.
Did you know it was next to Will and Trina's car?
No, I didn't.
We watched the video of you walking up to Will's door, right?
Yes.
And you had confidence in that video. You pulled the handle
Yes.
because you thought the door was going to open,
Yes.
and you knew that Will lived there.
I didn't know if that was the right, I was just going off faith. I didn't know for sure if that was the right apartment building.
When you peeked in the window, you looked up, right?
Yes.
Because Will lived upstairs.
I don't recall now. I don't recall now. I don't remember.
Recall Will living upstairs?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you see yourself in the video peeking and looking up?
I see myself peeking.
Let's go ahead and watch the video. This has been previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 4. We just watched this on direct examination, and you identified yourself in this video, right?
Yes.
And you see the video here with the staircase in the front door. You see yourself walk up. That's you, right?
Yes.
You're looking in the window right there, and you are looking up the staircase, right?
How am I looking up? How can you say I'm looking up and my head didn't go up?
Okay, alrighty. You do not believe that you looked up.
I don't remember looking up.
You're looking at the video, right?
We're looking at the video. I don't see my head going up at all.
This walking up to doors, pulling door handles, you've done that before, right?
No, that was the first time I ever went into his apartment building and pulled his door handle. That was one time only.
Do you remember when you went to Will's apartment that first time and you told him that you were having a conflict with a man named Eric?
I don't recall it.
Okay. If I were to show you some text messages between you and Phil Herbrook, would that refresh your memory?
Refresh my memory about what?
About Eric?
I remember Eric.
Okay, so do you remember telling Will that you had a conflict with Eric?
I don't recall it.
Okay, do you remember having a conflict with Eric?
Yes, I remember us having a misunderstanding.
Okay, who is Eric?
Eric was a friend.
What happened with Eric? Why were you having a conflict?
Eric had ran off with some drugs.
He ran off with some of your drugs? Yes?
He ran off with some drugs, yes.
They were your drugs?
Yes.
You fronted him the drugs, right?
Fronted him to take that because he couldn't buy it himself.
He couldn't afford it at that time?
No.
And you expected that he would pay you back later, right?
Yes.
But he didn't?
No, he did.
Sorry?
No, he didn't.
He did?
No, he didn't.
Okay. And this upset you? Right?
Yes.
And you told Will about this?
I don't remember telling Will that.
Okay. What did you do when you were upset that Eric didn't pay you back?
I don't fully remember.
Do you remember walking up to his front door? Back door, excuse me.
Yes.
Do you remember trying the door handle?
Yes.
This was before this incident, right?
Yes.
And do you remember that door handle being locked?
Yes.
What were you going to do if the door was open?
Confront Eric.
Okay. So this is something that you do.
No, that's not. No.
You're trying doorknobs and you're confronting people.
Objection.
No. Well,
You're trying doorknobs and you're confronting people.
that's what I did, but that's not what I walk around doing. I only did that them 2 times.
You only did that 2 times?
Them 2 times.
Okay. Before you went to Will's house, during the exchange that you and Will had together, do you remember him, quote, dropping his location?
Can you repeat that?
Prior to the morning, in the evening before, do you remember Will, quote, dropping his
The
location?
night before.
The shooting?
I don't know if it was the night before or the day before. I remember him dropping his location.
Okay. And do you remember the location was his friend's Tea Times house?
I don't know. No, I don't.
You don't remember?
I don't remember. No.
after you tried Will's door handle and it didn't open, you testified that you heard someone say your name, right?
After I grabbed the door handle, I went to turn around to walk to the car. I heard somebody yell Ace,
Somebody yelled your name, Ace.
yell Ace, and right after they yelled Ace, they started shooting.
So you believe it was the same person that yelled your name that started shooting?
100%.
100% certainty?
100%.
Okay. Do you remember when the prosecutor asked you if you're familiar with Will's voice?
Yes.
And do you remember listening to the jail calls and identifying Will's voice?
Yes.
Because you know Will's voice.
Yes.
And you know that it was not Will's voice who yelled Ace?
I don't know who yelled Ace.
Okay, you don't know who yelled Ace.
No.
But you know Will's voice.
Yeah.
Okay. Why is it that you can't identify the person that yelled Ace?
It wasn't close enough. When they yelled Ace, I heard the car coming. It wasn't close, it wasn't close enough.
Was it Will's voice?
I can't say it was.
You don't know whose voice it was.
No.
You said that the car was far away from you.
Yes.
How far away?
So, probably 15 feet.
About 15 feet away?
15, 20 feet.
Okay.
When they first yelled Ace.
Okay. And you said that you heard the gunshots, right?
Yes.
But you don't know who was shooting?
No.
You said that you got in the vehicle with Phil, right?
Yes.
And then you left the parking lot, right?
Yes.
Who left first? The vehicle that shot at you or your vehicle?
Our vehicle.
So the vehicle that shot at you was behind you in the parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. And when you left the parking lot, you were directing Phil on where to go again?
Yes.
And you told Phil to turn down the first right?
The first street that comes out the apartment.
That was the dead end, right?
Yes.
And the vehicle that had just shot at you, they didn't continue to shoot at you, right?
I don't know if they was or wasn't.
You don't know if they were?
No.
Okay. You know what gunshots sound like, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you continue to hear gunshots?
No.
No. When you turned down the dead end, did that car follow you
Yes.
into the dead end?
It followed me to the dead end, but like I said, we made two rights, so he didn't see us make that second right. He rolled right past it. He rolled right past us.
So as you're parked in the dead end, he rides right past, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so the car didn't follow you and stalk you down at that dead end apartment,
He
right?
couldn't follow us because he couldn't find us.
How do you know that?
Because I watched the car ride right past me. We parked. We made the first right onto the main side street, and then we made another right, and we parked. We backed in. We saw the truck go right past us.
Okay, so instead of following you and cornering you into a dead end, the car sped by.
He couldn't find us.
How do you know that?
Why would he make the right with us?
If a person wanted to kill you,
could've went
wouldn't
left.
they have followed you into that dead end?
Couldn't find us. We made a right turn and another sharp right.
Okay. You testified that you then told Phil to get on the highway, right?
Yes.
And that the car started to break down, right?
Yes.
And that you were scared that the shooter was going to come back and get you on the highway.
Yes.
You knew that that wasn't the case.
I did.
Because the car had just sped off, right?
There's no telling we was only 2 minutes away from where the shooting was happening. It's all in the same area.
And you just testified that you watched that car fly by.
What I'm telling you is that we were still in the same area. I'm hearing police going past, so there's no telling where he at.
You heard police in the area,
Yes.
right? That's a great opportunity. Did you flag them down?
I didn't see him. I just heard him.
Okay. When the car broke down on the side of the highway, did you see flashing lights behind you?
No,
About a half a mile back?
no,
You didn't see those?
no,
Okay. Did you call 911 to report being the victim of a shooting?
no.
Because you weren't a victim.
Objection.
I was a victim.
Sustained.
Did you call the police?
I didn't call the police.
Okay. Because you showed up to Will's house, right?
That's not the reason. I didn't call the police because where we was raised is not to tell, and I didn't want anything to do with the situation.
So you had testified that you didn't want to snitch, right?
Yes,
You know that Will Jackson's on trial, right?
yes.
If Will chooses to take that stand and testify, is he snitching on you?
I don't know what he's doing.
Okay. If he has to testify about you showing up at his house, is that him snitching?
Is it?
I'm asking you.
I don't know.
You don't know if it is?
I don't know.
You testified that you were addicted to Percocets at the time of the offense.
Yes, yes,
And you said that the last time you ever used drugs was on that date,
around that time.
around that time?
Yes. As far as Percocet, yes.
Sorry?
As far as Percocet, yes.
So what have you continued to use?
Marijuana, I would smoke.
You testified about having mutual friends with Will. That's how you were familiar with him, right?
Yes.
Who were your mutual friends?
Alexa. I know Mike Needy.
You and Will have a lot of mutual friends, right?
I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that?
I wouldn't say that.
I believe you testified to interacting with Will on 3 or 4 occasions over the years. Is that right?
I believe, yes.
And one of those times was at his apartment?
Yeah, yes. That was the first time like we ever chilled or anything like that.
Okay.
The other times I would see him out.
You would see him out?
Yeah.
And what would you be doing?
Yeah, we might bump into each other like out somewhere, just out.
Okay.
Downtown Cleveland.
Okay. And you talked about when you would come back to Lake County, you would stay in a hotel with Alexa often?
Yes,
Or you would stay at a friend's house?
yes,
Or you would stay at Alexa's house?
yes.
You weren't allowed at Alexa's house though, right?
She allowed me there.
Her parents didn't let you there?
The parents wasn't there when I came, so I don't know.
Okay. You know that Alexa's parents did not want you at the house.
Like I said, I don't know. They was never there, so I can't tell you that.
You testified about having a 10-pill-a-day drug habit, right?
Yes,
That's about $300 a day.
I guess, yes.
Do you know how much drugs Alexa was using at the time?
More.
She was using more than you?
Yes,
So if she testified that she was using 10 pills a day, you're saying that that's not accurate?
excuse me.
If she testified that she was using 10 pills a day, are you saying that's not accurate?
I can't. I just know she did more than me. I don't know the amount, how many, the exact number what she was doing. I can't say that.
You were supporting your own drug habit, right?
Yes,
You were supporting Alexa's drug habit, right?
we was supporting each other's.
And you were supporting Phil Herbrook's drug habit?
We was supporting each other's.
Okay. I wrote down something that you said on direct examination because I wanted to make sure I didn't get it wrong. Do you remember when asked about threatening Will that you said that is not in your character?
I said it's not in my character to say what some of the stuff he was saying.
Okay. But it is in your character to show up to people's homes to confront them.
In my defense, yes.
In your defense?
Yes.
You were defending yourself at someone else's home?
No.
You claim seeing Will had a firearm, right? Did you describe it as a 40 Glock?
Yes. Yes.
Knowing or believing that he had a firearm, you showed up at his door?
Yes.
Okay. And you claim that Will threatened to kill you with the firearm?
He threatened to kill me.
So you made yourself available to him?
If that's what you call it, yes.
Showed up at his doorstep?
Yes, I wasn't thinking clear.
You talked about having a lot of correspondence with Will via text message, and we looked at two of them, right? It was 19A and B.
Yes.
You remember talking about that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember talking about how you believe that some of those text messages were deleted?
It's a lot deleted. It's a whole bunch that's deleted of him incriminating himself, talking about what he's gonna do to me. It's
And
a lot.
you claim that he was threatening you?
Yes.
You screenshotted those, right?
I never screenshotted anything.
So you claim that Will's threatening you, and you have no evidence of that.
It's a recording of Will threatening us between me and Alexa, Apple ID. It's a video of him incriminating himself, talking about what he's gonna do to us and how he gonna do it.
Where is that video?
It's on me or Alexa iCloud.
And you have not been able to produce that video?
No, because I don't have an email for that Apple iCloud. I can't access it. So.
Okay. And so as you were receiving what you described as threatening text messages from Will, you didn't think to screenshot those messages?
No.
To show proof that Will was the one threatening you?
I didn't think we would be there.
You didn't think we would be here?
Yes.
Do you think Will thought you'd be at his doorstep?
I mean, yeah. He dropped his location, yes.
You testified that you didn't remember seeing those text messages between you and Will until the prosecutor showed them to you, right?
I didn't remember it. I didn't remember these text messages until the prosecutors told me.
I'm sorry?
Until the prosecutors showed me.
Okay. So how do you know that messages were deleted?
Because, you can read between these, and you can tell that it's stuff being said and this stuff that is erased from my response.
Okay.
All right, we're going to take your lunch break at this point. Remember not to discuss the case.
visiting?
I don't recall how many times he called.
Did you hear the phone calls?
Objection.
Like I said, I don't remember.
Overruled.
You don't remember if you heard the phone calls or not?
I don't recall how many times, no.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking
No,
if you remember phone calls.
No,
No, you don't remember.
not before the FaceTime, no.
Okay, so the first thing that you remember is a FaceTime from Will Jackson?
Private call and the FaceTime, yes.
Okay, and how did he call you?
Like I said, I can't remember who phone he called. It was a private phone call to one of our phones, and then a FaceTime came.
So it was either to your phone or Alexa's phone,
Yes,
but you're not sure which?
no,
Who else was present at the Red Roof Inn with you?
just me and Alexa DeSillo.
Was there another male and female present?
No,
You testified that you asked Phil Herbrook to rent the room for you, right?
yes.
And why did you do that?
I can't recall why I asked. Probably didn't have my ID.
Okay. Did you not want anyone to know that you were there?
I wasn't hiding from nobody.
You weren't hiding from anybody?
No,
Do you still have exhibits 19A and B in front of you there?
no.
No?
I'm handing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 19A and B.
Those were the text messages between you and Will, right?
Yes, yes.
When you talked about those on direct examination, you talked about Keon, giving Will's address to Keon.
Yes.
Can you see that in that message?
Yes.
Who's Keon?
A mutual friend.
A mutual friend?
Yes. Yes.
Between who, you and Will?
Yes.
Okay. Why would Keon need Will's address?
I don't know the reason. I just know that it meant something to him.
Well, the reason was that you were threatening Will, right? With Keon?
Yes.
In the text message below that, you said, "We all on your ass." When you say that, you mean we, as in you and all your friends, right?
I was just replying to what was being said to me. I didn't know any of it. I didn't.
What I'm asking you is if in the message, when you say, "We all on your ass," that "we" means you and your friends, right?
No, that didn't mean that. I was just responding. It didn't mean anything. We was just we. It didn't mean anybody. My friends, nobody. It was just a response.
Nobody was on Will's ass?
No, nobody was on Will's ass.
You just sent that message?
Yes.
You talked about in the messages that you said that Alexa would never sleep with Will, right?
Yes.
And Will responded to that and said, "with my broke ass," right? You see that?
Yes, from what is, yes.
Will was making fun of himself because he's broke and Alexa works at Saks Fifth Avenue, right?
She just started working there.
Okay. So that you could perceive that to be a joke, right? With his broke ass.
I don't know. I don't know what he meant by that.
Okay. You said on direct examination that those text messages that we were looking at from Will to you started to get to you, right?
When he started bringing up my family.
When he started bringing up your family?
Yes.
Do you see in the text message there where you threatened his baby?
I didn't threaten him. It was a response to him. When I say it's on, it was when I seen it was on site. And
Can you say that one more time?
I was saying when I seen that it was a problem, it was going to be a problem.
And you were going to kill his baby?
No, I didn't. I was responding. It was like, that's what he had said to me. I was mocking him. That's why it's, That's why it's laughing emojis behind it. I was saying what he had said to me with laughing emojis. It was my response to him.
So there's no evidence of Will saying to you that he was going to kill your baby, right?
It's like I said, it's evidence on the video. Yes, it is.
Okay. All we're looking at here is you threatening Will's baby, right?
Like I said, it's on. I was talking about my baby. From what he has said.
And you said...
I was talking about my baby. I wasn't talking about his baby.
Are you finished?
Yes.
You said your baby is dead, right?
I was saying what he had said to me.
Did you say that or not? Yes or no?
Yes, I said that, but it's not in response to saying. That's not what I was saying. What I'm trying to say is that he said it to me. When I say it's on, it's a problem when I see.
I'm going to ask you some fairly simple questions that should be mostly yes or no, okay?
Yes.
Have you met Will's baby?
No.
Do you know her name?
No.
Did you know that she was 2 years old on the date of that?
I don't know nothing about Will's family, nothing beyond him. I don't know nothing.
Is that why you felt comfortable with threatening her?
I didn't threaten her. That was me in response to what he said to me. I never threatened her. When I'm talking about your baby, I'm talking about my baby. I'm not talking about his baby. I'm talking about my baby with a laughing emoji because that's something he said to me. When he say yo baby, I'm talking about my baby. I'm not talking about his baby at all. I wouldn't dare do that.
You finished?
Yes.
This should be fairly simple. Did you say my baby?
No, I said yo baby.
And you said that the text messages were starting to get to you, right?
Yes.
And you testified on direct examination that at that hotel that you never went to sleep.
No, I didn't.
And you said that you didn't go to sleep because you were scared, right?
No, I said I didn't go to sleep because of the things he had said about my family in Detroit.
And so, were you scared of the things that he was saying?
No.
Did you not go to sleep because you were plotting on what to do?
No, I was thinking about my family in Detroit.
Did you go home to your family in Detroit to protect them?
Not that night.
You showed up at Will's house,
Yes, that morning.
where his family lives,
Yes.
right? You denied ever selling drugs today, didn't you?
Yes.
Do you remember if, on direct examination, that you testified that you would grab a couple of extra pills and add some money on? Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
What did that mean?
It was to support my habit. That was it.
Okay, could you explain to the jury what that meant, what you said on direct examination?
What you mean?
When you said, I would grab a couple of extra pills and add some money on.
I would add a few dollars.
So you would add a few dollars and
So I could turn around and buy more for myself.
okay, so you sold drugs to people for a little bit more than you had bought them for, right?
I grabbed them for him. Yes.
And adding a couple of extra dollars on was charging people a little bit extra than you had bought it for, right?
Yes.
And that was how you're saying you would support your habit,
Yes.
was by selling drugs. I'm sorry, what did you say?
I would, like I said, I would support my own habit.
Okay.
And that's how.
Okay, so the question that I asked you was if you would sell the drugs for a little bit extra
I would go get the drugs for us and give them to them.
and add a couple of dollars on when you sold it to other people, right?
Yes.
So when you said that you've never sold drugs before, that was a lie, right?
That wasn't my intent on selling drugs. Like I said, we would get drugs for each other.
Okay. I just want the jury to be very clear. You did sell drugs, right?
I was supporting my habit.
Okay, that's not what I'm asking you.
wasn't.
I'm not asking you why, okay, I'm just asking you whether or not you did. That's a very simple question, yes or no.
Yes.
Do you think that it is okay to show up at people's homes with bad intentions?
I didn't have bad intentions.
Okay, so if we're talking specifically about you showing up at Will's house, you said you didn't have bad intentions.
I said possibly fighting.
I'm sorry?
I said I showed up to possibly fight. Yes.
Do you think those are good intentions?
No.
No? When you showed up, you weren't intending on shaking Will's hand and say, I'm sorry for stealing your money, right?
No.
When you showed up, you didn't have the drugs to give him that he was
I
asking
never
for.
intended on giving him any drugs.
When you showed up, you came to confront him, right?
Yes.
And you feel confident in telling this jury that because you have been offered immunity for that, right?
I don't know what. I've been offered immunity, yes.
Okay. Should people that have beef, as you've described it, beef with you, should they expect for you to show up at their house and be ready to fight you?
What you mean by that?
Should the people that you have problems with,
I don't have any problems with nobody today.
okay. You had problems with Will, right?
Yes.
And you had problems with the other person that we talked about, Eric?
Yes.
So moving forward, should that be their expectation? Is that when you show up, they should be ready to fight you?
No.
Did you say no?
It's a different situation, no.
Okay. You talked about how you didn't expect that this would happen because you were in a suburban area, right?
Yes.
And that was you talking about Eastlake?
Yes.
Do you think that people in suburban areas don't have guns inside of their homes for people who show up at their doors with bad intentions?
Objection.
No.
Sustained.
No, I don't think.
Hold on, wait for another question.
Do you think people in suburban areas have guns?
Yes.
Why do you think they have guns?
That's the right to
Objection.
carry.
Sustained.
That's the right to carry, right?
Hold on, when I say sustained, that means you don't answer the question, okay?
Okay.
What makes it about Eastlake, Ohio, that you didn't think this would happen?
I just felt more safer here.
You thought it was safer?
Yes, than Detroit, yes.
Oh, it's in Detroit. Okay.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Anderson, tell us about where you grew up in Detroit.
So I grew up in Section 8 housing, downtown Detroit, projects.
The projects?
Yes.
Would you say that your neighborhood was safe?
No.
What made it unsafe?
The violence and drugs.
Would be gun violence?
Yes.
And you lived up here in Northeast Ohio for a while. Were you experiencing the things that you experienced when you were growing up in the projects, when you lived up here?
No.
Did you experience gun violence?
No.
And you said there was violence and guns, drugs. Were people selling drugs in your neighborhood?
Yes.
Were there people who were selling drugs as their sole source of income in your neighborhood? As far as you knew.
Not that I know.
How would you define a drug dealer?
The person that sell drugs, person that has person that sells drugs.
Do they do it to make a living?
Yes.
And you did say that you had a source of income that had nothing to do with drugs.
Yes. Yes.
And that you did say you would give people drugs, right?
Yes.
You would front people drugs when they didn't have the money, right?
Yes.
And then they'd give you money later.
Yes.
And you would charge people for drugs that you would give them sometimes.
Yes.
And you would give people drugs if they did something for you, did you a favor. For example, when Philip gave you a ride, you gave him drugs.
That's if he asked. If he asked for money, I gave him money. If he asked for drugs, for Percocets, that's what I gave him.
And talk a little bit about definition on cross. Did you know that trafficking drugs would include gifting someone drugs?
Yes.
So it would include if giving someone drugs in exchange for a ride would be trafficking drugs.
Yes.
And did you learn that as a part of this grant of immunity?
Yes.
Did you think of that as drug trafficking before?
No.
Were there times where Philip Herbert would give you pills if he had them?
Yes.
And same with Alexa.
Yes.
And is that what you consider supporting each other's habits?
Yes.
And if Philip knew someone who needed drugs and he knew you had them, would he connect you so you could give that person drugs?
Yes.
And did you do that because you knew those people were addicted? They had a habit.
Yes.
There was some conversation about the defendant's voice and your identification of his voice. When you talked to him, were you having conversations with him?
Yes.
What volume were those conversations?
What you mean?
What volume? How loud would you talk with him?
Loud enough.
To hear each other?
Yeah.
Like we're talking now?
Yes.
And when someone called your name Ace, how loud was that?
It was loud enough for me to hear. Like I said, when they said Ace, they was like 15 to 20 feet away from me.
Was someone yelling?
Yes.
It was loud enough to draw your attention?
Yes. Yes.
And it was just one word?
Yes.
When you would talk with Will on previous occasions, would you talk with each other with more than one word?
Yes.
When you took the money from the defendant, did you have a firearm?
No.
Did he have a firearm?
There's no telling.
You didn't know that he had a firearm?
No.
You didn't see one?
No.
There was no confrontation?
No.
But that was in Detroit?
Yes.
And Springer asked about good and bad intentions. Did you feel that it was a bad intention to try and hash this out with the defendant on that day,
You said
at that time?
You said bad intention. Like
Right.
what you mean?
Did you feel that you had a bad intention?
To do harm?
Right.
No. not do harm, like possibly fight. That was it. Like beyond that, no,
You didn't think you were going into a life or death situation?
no.
And you didn't think it was a bad intention to possibly fight, to talk it out, because you felt like things were getting too far at that point, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes, sustained.
I want to talk about, Ms. Springer asked you, there's no evidence of threats made to your baby here. States Exhibits 19A, 19B. Are those below you here? They're here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You remember seeing the threats, right?
If it's not a text, it's a whole video of him threatening.
Do you remember them?
The video?
Do you remember threats made to your baby?
Yes.
You remember hearing those?
Yes.
And we'll go back to this text that Ms. Springer asked you about with right here on 19B. I think you were trying to explain this to her. You said it's on your baby dead with 2 crying, laughing face emojis
Yes.
in that text. Were you trying to explain that that was you repeating what he had told you
Yes.
and then adding the emojis as a mock, as
Yes.
a mock to the threat he made?
Yes. That's exactly what I was trying to explain to her. That was me in response to what he had said. Laughing it was just laughing emoji, mocking him, like he wasn't gonna touch my kid.
You were repeating what he was saying and then mocking it by putting those emojis.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sustained.
Well,
I'm sorry, Your Honor, just a moment, please.
I'm going to clear up this Eric situation as well. Did that have anything to do with the defendant?
No.
And did the defendant know about Eric? About the situation, the Eric situation?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, you can answer that if you know.
No.
Did you tell the defendant about,
I never told him my personal business. Nothing.
and did that problem with Eric resolve?
Yes, we became.
How did it resolve?
I think Eric ended up paying me back. We resolved that and we just back friends.
I want to show you those texts, again, that you had sent to Philip. These exhibits here. Thank you. Defense is Exhibit 813 again. Remember talking about those on cross-examination?
Yes, yes.
That's the text you sent to Philip that early morning, right?
Yes.
And I asked a
publish them here. Just the mark.
Is this the same as what you're seeing in front of you there in the defense's exhibit?
Yes.
What did you mean by this shit serious?
After that FaceTime phone call, I felt like he had went too far about my family.
And I think Ms. Springer asked you, made sure that these were all the texts, that these were accurate, these were the texts between you and Philip as you remember them, right?
Yes.
She made sure of that, right? You never texted Philip, delete that, did you?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any recross?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. What you did tell him was that you would tell him about it when you saw him, right?
Yes.
Because you didn't want to put it in writing?
Not even. I just felt like I should talk to him in person.
Okay, and then you did that, right?
I still didn't tell Philip, I didn't really explain to Philip what was said. I just told Philip to come get me. He came and got me. I didn't plan on him to help me or do anything with me. I just needed him for a ride.
So when you told him that you were going to tell him when you saw him, you didn't ever do that?
No, I didn't break it down to him. No, I didn't.
Did he ask you follow-up about this serious shit?
No, he didn't.
You talked about whether or not Will had a gun when you guys went to Detroit, right?
Yes.
And you're not sure?
I'm not sure.
He never threatened you with a gun, right?
Not right. No, not before that day. No.
You and Phil Herbrook have shot guns together before, right?
No.
So if Phil testifies to that, would that be a lie?
Yes.
When we're talking about the text messages in 19A and B, the threats to somebody's child, right?
Yes.
Why do you think that it's appropriate to laugh about anyone's child being threatened?
I was mocking him because I knew he wasn't gonna do, like.
So it's funny to you?
It wasn't funny at all. I was just mocking him, trying to make him angrier.
You sent laughing emojis?
Yes.
You were laughing about a child being
I
harmed?
was laughing at him. I wasn't laughing about the situation at all. I was laughing at him. I was taking it serious. He was talking about my daughter.
You talked about the day of the shooting, that the person just said one word to you, that it was Ace.
Yes.
Did you hear the person say that you had a lot of nerve showing up there?
No.
And you didn't recognize the person's voice who said Ace?
No.
You talked about how Phil would connect you to other people who may need drugs, right?
Yes.
So this web is a lot bigger than we really all know about.
It's not what you think. He probably connected me to one or two people. That was it.
Okay. So Phil provided you with those connections? That's what you testified to, right?
Yes.
You talked about gifting, selling, trafficking, whatever you were doing with the drugs, how that was to support your habit, right?
Yes.
If someone did something so that you could not continue to support your habit, you would be upset by that, right?
I mean, however it went, I still have money.
So why did you need to gift or sell or traffic any of that?
What you mean by that?
You said it was to support your habit, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you had money?
So, yes, I have, sometimes yes, I do.
Okay. So was it to support your habit, or did you have enough money to be able to buy the drugs themselves?
It was to support my habit. However it went, it was to support my habit.
And so if somebody did something so that you could no longer support that habit, and you couldn't get the drugs anymore, that would piss you off, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
That would,
Hold on, wait for a question.
You wanted to continue to use drugs, right?
yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Next witness.
The state calls Brian Santiago.
Yeah. You raise your right hand, please. You swear testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, have a seat right here. Do me a big favor and keep close enough so that mic picks you up, okay?
Okay.
All right. Do you want to take back those exhibits? Good.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, Brian Santiago, first name Brian Santiago.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed at Viapath Technologies.
What is Viapath Technologies?
They are a technology company that provides solutions to correctional facilities, technology solutions.
In your employment with Viapath, are you contracted out to any specific companies or
Yes.
organizations? Who?
Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections.
And how long have you been working for Viapath as a contractor at ODRC?
3.5 years.
What is your current position with Viapath?
Currently, I'm a business analyst with Viapath.
And when did you start that position?
I started this position in October of this year.
Prior to October of this year, what position were you in?
I was an intelligence supervisor.
What does that mean to be an intelligence supervisor?
I managed a team of intelligence analysts that assisted the Ohio Department of Corrections with investigations and processing subpoenas.
Would you also collaborate with other agencies?
Yes.
What agencies?
Ohio State Highway Patrol, Ohio Narcotics Intelligence Center.
And why would you collaborate with those agencies?
Just general sharing information, sharing intelligence.
Regarding investigations in the prison?
Yes.
And just to be clear, when we talk about the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections, does that include prisons in Ohio?
Yes, there's 28 prisons that fall under ODRC.
What is Viapath responsible for as it pertains to the ODRC?
So currently, Viapath phone systems and tablets are in all ODRC facilities. So those provide phone calls, communications for inmates.
And when you say tablets, what do you mean?
Each inmate is assigned a tablet where they can make outbound calls through the Viapath phone system.
Is that similar to like an iPad?
Yes.
And are they assigned to specific inmates?
Yes.
Do inmates share those tablets?
I don't believe they're not authorized to.
And with those tablets, it enables them to the inmates to make outbound calls?
Correct.
are they able to receive inbound calls?
No.
With the tablets, are inmates able to make calls from anywhere?
Yes.
And you also said there's a phone system that Viapath is responsible for?
Yes, the inmate phone system.
Is that more of the traditional phone attached to a wall, like a payphone almost?
Yes, in the facilities, there's phones mounted to the wall as well as tablets that they can make phone calls from.
Are calls that inmates make recorded?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how the recording system works?
I know that the calls for ODRC specifically are retained for a year, the audio files.
And those are saved on an internal system?
Yes.
Is Viapath responsible for retaining those calls
Yes.
and storing those calls?
Yes.
Is there a way to know who makes that specific call that is recorded?
Yes, in the platform where we can search for specific inmate phone calls, there's a specific platform that we can use.
How would you search for specific inmate calls? What information would you need?
There are fields to enter in the first and last name, the inmate's identification number or PIN number. That's how we generally search.
And can you search by specific date range as well?
Yes.
Now, did you just say you can also search by inmate number?
Yes.
What are you referring to when you say that?
Ohio DRC inmates are assigned a specific inmate identification number.
I'm sorry, were you?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, I'm sorry. Does that inmate identification number correspond with the Viapath telephone system?
Yes.
How so?
Simply, the inmate's PIN just transfers over to the phone system.
Would the inmate making the call have to enter his PIN in order to make the call?
No.
Is there any way to know when listening to these recorded calls who is making the call?
Yes, there is a voice identification in the recording.
And what is that voice identification?
It's just verifying that the person or inmate making the call is that person assigned to that tablet or device.
And that's something that the inmate initially sets up when they receive the tablet?
Correct.
When calls are made using this system, are those free or do they cost money?
They cost money.
Who pays for the cost of those calls?
The inmates do.
When a person receives a call from an inmate, what do they hear?
They initially hear that the call's from the specific institution where the inmate is calling from. So there's an audible voice that comes on saying that this is a call from such facility and it's being recorded.
So the parties on the phone are informed that the calls are recorded.
Yes.
Does that message get repeated throughout the call?
Yes.
Do these calls record audio, video, both?
Just audio.
At some point in regards to this case, did you receive a request for calls made by an inmate named Peter Mead?
Yes.
And were you able to locate calls made by him?
Yes, it was.
And did you provide those to the state of Ohio?
Yes.
When prison calls are provided, is there any sort of player that the calls are provided with?
Yes, when the calls are sent, there's a player that's provided.
What information does that player contain?
It contains the date of the phone call, the duration, and also the time that the call is placed, and the inmate's name.
Are there also other controls on the player, such as adjusting the volume?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to the calls that were provided in this case. I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 17A. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is contained on State's Exhibit 17A?
The call recordings.
These are the calls that you reported to the state.
Correct.
And these are copies of those calls, correct?
Correct.
And are these fair and accurate copies of the original calls provided to the state of Ohio?
Yes.
Did you view these calls before coming to court today?
Yes.
How do you know that you viewed these calls?
I looked it up in the phone system and searched historically of the calls that I had sent.
And are there any markings on State's Exhibit 17A that indicate that you would listen to these specific calls contained on the USB?
Yes.
What markings?
My initials.
Your Honor, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 17A.
Any objection to 17A?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
This document was provided and included in State's Exhibit 17A. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this?
It's an affidavit that I provided.
And is that just attesting to the accuracy of the calls provided, that they are true and accurate copies?
Yes.
I have an image loaded up here on the screen. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, that's the player.
This is the player that is included when calls are provided.
Yes.
And for the record, I'm going to scroll down to call sorry. 1254. Do you see up here on the screen in the furthest left-hand column there are a bunch of symbols?
Yes.
And we see right above call 1254 and the calls preceding, there's a little red symbol in that box. Do you know why that is?
The red symbol?
Is that because all the non-pertinent calls to the case were removed for purposes of this exhibit?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I'm going to play State's Exhibit 17A at this time, call number 1254. Just briefly. I'm going to fast forward in the call. Okay, I'm going to pause the call at this point. We hear a lot of background noise in the call. Do you know what that is coming from? Or on which end of the call that is coming from?
It's likely coming from the inmate's tablet.
Is there a way in this player to isolate one of the person's voices on the call?
Yes, in the top right corner where it says balance, if you move that to the left, that will highlight the inmate's voice only. And then if you move it to the right, it will highlight the called party's voice only.
And when you slide this balance bar, is it substantially altering or changing in any way the content of what is being said on the calls?
No.
It is simply just isolating one voice or the other.
Yes.
So for example, on this call, if we slide this all the way to the right and resume the call, we no longer hear that background noise.
Correct.
Now, looking at the player here, referring back to the columns at the bottom of the screen, can you please describe for us what exactly we are seeing in these columns?
Yes.
And I'm going to hand you a pointer to assist you in your testimony. It's right here.
Yep.
Yep, you, there.
So the site ID is the specific site number associated with the correctional facility.
Do you, so in this exhibit here, 20637, what site is that referring to?
I believe that's Lorraine Correctional.
And going to the next column.
I'm sorry. The next column is the dial number, so this is the phone number that the inmate dialed out. And then the date is just simply the date of the call. There's the time.
And that's in military time?
Yes.
Is that the time that the call is being placed?
Yes.
And looking at the next column labeled inmate phone.
Yes, the inmate phone that shows the type of device that the call was made from. And since it says Inspire All, this was made from a tablet.
And then going over MAC address, do you know what that is?
That's the MAC address just assigned to the device.
The tablet
Yes.
the inmate's using. And PIN,
That is the specific inmate ID.
I'm just going to try to scroll over here. Scrolling over to the further columns to the right here, we see a column labeled first and last name. Whose name is in those columns?
Peter Mead.
And is that who would have been making the calls in this case?
Yes.
The next column next to that, duration. Is that the duration of the call?
Yes, just showing how long the call lasted. And then the result.
Now, also in regards to this case, I'm showing you it's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 17B. Can you please look at 17B and tell me if you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials on it, and these are the recorded calls.
What is different about State's Exhibit 17B versus State's Exhibit 17A?
I'm not sure.
You viewed that disc prior to coming to court today?
Correct.
Okay. You listened to what is contained on that disc?
Yes.
And you initialed that disc before coming to court?
Yes.
On State's Exhibit 17B, is that isolating the defendant's voice?
Yes.
After listening to State's Exhibit 17B, does that materially alter or change anything that is on the phone call?
No.
And that is a fair and accurate copy of what was provided to the state in this case
Yes,
and what is contained on State's Exhibit 17A.
yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibit 17A and B.
Any objection to B?
Moving approach?
Yeah.
No, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Springer?
Thank you, Your Honor. We saw on the player there a couple of red circles and green circles, right? Is that a yes?
Yes,
And you testified that the green meant that those calls had been isolated because they were pertinent in this case.
yes, that's correct.
Who decided that they were pertinent? If you know.
I would assume, I'm not sure.
Not you, right?
Not me, correct.
Because you don't know anything about this case.
Correct.
When we're looking at those calls and it says Peter Mead is the inmate that is incarcerated, right?
Yes,
Does it say the name of the person that is being called?
no,
If we could just look at that again on the screen, if that's okay.
Yep, 17A.
17A, please.
Scroll back over.
Do you know how many calls were isolated? Was it just 2 that have the green check?
I believe so.
Okay. And do you see on that call that's highlighted on the screen, the 1254, do you see the date indicated?
Yes,
Okay. And do you see that that date is April 26th of 2020?
yes,
And the dialed number, which means that Peter Mead called a dialed number, is 440-221-1642.
yes.
What about the rest of the calls here? So the red ones. There's nothing anything in particular about those that is inaccurate or unauthentic, anything like that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
It's all authentic.
Because those are just created by the Department of Corrections into a player, right?
Correct.
Okay. Could I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yep.
If I showed you the rest of the phone calls from Peter Mead, would you be able to identify them
The rest of the calls,
in a similar fashion here on this player that we're looking at?
yes, if they're replaced by Peter Mead, the record should state that whatever number dialed was dialed by that inmate.
Okay.
John, I'm gonna approach the witness with my laptop, if that's okay.
You can,
Would it be okay to publish it?
well, why don't you put it on, can you put it on here?
I can, yeah.
This is part of 17A or B?
Essentially, it's all of them being.
Right, but it's in that exhibit that was 17A.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's just not the isolated ones?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, it should be plugged in here. Okay. Do you see the same player here that we were just looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And we were looking at this. Let me see if I can blow it up. I can scroll over. Do you see, again, where this first last name, Peter Mead?
Yes.
Okay. And this is essentially just the entirety of the phone calls that were provided by the Department of Corrections to the state of Ohio of Peter Mead's phone calls, right?
Yes.
Okay, and it's hundreds of calls, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thousands, actually, I'm sorry. Let's see, looks like the number here is 1557. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. And so are you able to authenticate that these phone calls were provided by the Department of Corrections, all of them in addition to the ones
Yes.
that were isolated?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes. When an inmate calls out, Ms. Springer asked you about the dialed number there. Would the person receiving the call, what number would show up on their phone if that person was calling?
So each institution within ODRC has different numbers that show up when inmates call out. So each institution has their own phone number.
What is the phone number for Lorraine?
I don't recall what it is specifically.
Off the top of your head?
No.
One moment, Your Honor. No further questions.
Anything else, Mr. Springer? All right, you may step down, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next witness.
State calls Officer Kevin Crowley.
Okay. Yes. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. All right, have a seat.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Kevin Crowley, Crowley.
Are you employed?
Yes, ma'am.
Where?
City of Willoughby Police Department,
What's your position there?
patrol sergeant,
How long have you been a patrol sergeant?
patrol sergeant a year,
What position were you working in prior to that?
police officer, patrol officer.
How long were you a patrol officer with the city of Willoughby?
6 years total, 5 years prior to this job.
Did you work anywhere else previous to working at Willoughby Police Department?
Yes, ma'am, the city of Bexley and Columbus.
Are you a certified peace officer in the state of Ohio?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been a certified peace officer?
Over 12 years now.
What type of training or education did you receive to enable you to hold that title?
I graduated from the Cleveland Heights Police Academy in 2010, excuse me.
Do you participate in ongoing training as well?
Yes, ma'am.
What are your duties as a certified peace officer?
There's a lot. Preserve all property and the public, prevent crime, detect, arrest, help prosecute offenders, preserve the public peace, and uphold the laws and ordinances of the city of Willoughby and state of Ohio.
How have your duties changed from being a patrolman to now being a sergeant?
So not as fun. I do a lot more paperwork. I don't get to drive around as much as I used to. Go out and catch bad guys. It's more the middle part of make sure everything's right before it gets to you guys.
Now, I want to direct your attention to April 26th of 2020, around 10 a.m. Were you on duty that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you in uniform?
Yes, ma'am.
Similar to the uniform you're wearing here in court today?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you driving a vehicle?
Yes, my police cruiser.
Was this police cruiser marked clearly City of Willoughby Police?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it have rotating and oscillating lights on top of the vehicle?
It did.
Do you recall being dispatched for a report of a tire in the roadway?
Yes.
Where specifically were you dispatched?
State Route 2, eastbound, just east of Lost Nation Road in Willoughby.
Prior to being dispatched, were you made aware of a shooting that had occurred in Eastlake?
Yes, ma'am, approximately 20 minutes earlier.
How were you made aware of that?
In our police cars, we can listen to, obviously, the city of Willoughby's police radios, but all the surrounding suburbs, so Eastlake, Manor, Wycliffe, pretty much the whole west end of Lake County. We scan, is how we call it. We can listen to all their radio traffic. So that way you're aware of what's going on, potentially coming into your city. So just kind of officer safety concerns, making sure just everything's safe.
Would you also help surrounding cities if requested?
Of course.
What time were you dispatched for the tire in the roadway?
Approximately 10 a.m.
Did you respond to get the tire out of the roadway?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this a duty that typically falls to police officers?
Unfortunately, yes.
When you went to go retrieve this tire, were there any other officers with you?
Not at the time. The tire was in the center lane of Route 2. Route 2 is a 3-lane road. It was wet and rainy, and the traffic was kind of busy, so I called for another unit because we'd have to shut down not only the center lane, but the curb lane to get it out safely without our car or us getting hit by another car.
Did another officer respond?
Yes, ma'am.
Who responded?
Patrolman Blackstone.
When you arrived on the roadway, did you observe anything that stood out to you?
Yes, approximately a half mile down Route 2, kind of close to the Manor-Willoughby border. If you're heading east on Route 2, there was a black car off to the side of the road with its flashers on.
Could you see any people outside the vehicle?
There was people around it, but I couldn't make. It was raining and half a mile away, so no, not really.
Did you only see one vehicle?
No, later on, a silver vehicle pulled up in front of the black vehicle. Again, I couldn't really see what was going on. I figured they were there to help the black vehicle that was off to the side of the road.
Approximately how far away from these vehicles were you when you were observing this?
Half mile.
Later, were you able to observe the make and model of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. After I was able to get the tire out of the roadway safely, I went to go check on the black vehicle, and it was a black Dodge Charger.
Were you able to determine by looking at the vehicle if this was the vehicle that had lost its tire?
Yes, it was missing its rear driver's side tire, and with how close the vehicle was to where the tire was, I assumed it was one and the same.
And did you approach the vehicle?
Yes.
At some point, did you learn that this vehicle may have been involved in the Eastlake shooting you had heard about over the radio?
Yes, as we were walking out, me and Patrolman Blackstone both realized it was a black Charger, and what had occurred 20 minutes prior. At the time, it was kind of out of my mind because no one had heard from it. But as we walked up to the car and started talking to the occupant, Patrolman Blackstone pointed out a bullet hole that was in the back rear passenger side quarter panel.
When you approached the vehicle, you said there was an occupant inside?
Yes, ma'am.
Just one occupant?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was he seated in the vehicle?
He was seated in the front passenger seat.
What was he doing when you approached the vehicle?
He was on his phone calling AAA.
Did you speak with the occupant of the vehicle?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I asked him what had happened to his car. I asked him about the bullet hole in the back. He said he turned around.
Sorry, I don't want to, can't say what other people said.
Okay.
But he responded to you?
Yes.
And based on his responses, did you ask him to get out of the vehicle?
I did.
Why did you do that?
From his responses and the bullet hole in the back of his vehicle, I believed he was involved in the shooting that occurred in Eastlake 20 minutes earlier.
Did you conduct a pat-down of him?
I did.
Did you locate anything on him?
No, ma'am.
Was this routine to conduct a pat-down?
Yes,
Was the occupant of the vehicle being detained at this point?
he was.
Did you learn the name of that person?
Yes.
Who was it?
Philip Herbrook?
How was Mr. Herbrook acting while you were speaking with him?
He was calm, somewhat evasive in the questions I was answering.
And you did detain him?
Yes, and we notified Eastlake Police Department that we believed we had a vehicle that was involved in their shooting.
And when I say detained, was he placed in the back of a cruiser?
Yes, he was placed in the back of my police cruiser.
Was he handcuffed?
He was.
While on duty, is your cruiser equipped with dash cam?
It is.
How does the dash cam work?
Anytime we turn on the lights, it looks like anytime we turn on the lights, there's a camera that is in the front of the vehicle, and there's also a camera that is in the back seat of the cruiser, and it records audio on it looks like a pager. It's essentially just a microphone. It records any audio conversations. We do not have body cams at Willoughby. We just have the police cruiser video.
And your dash cam was working on this day?
It was.
And you had an opportunity to review that dash cam prior to coming to court today?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 20. Can you tell me if you recognize what is in that photograph?
That is me and Mr. Herbrook on the side of Route 2.
Is that a screenshot from your dash cam that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any identifying markings on that photograph that tell you where that screenshot came from?
Yes, it has my name, the date, and approximate time. I think when my lights would have turned on, and the police car I was driving at the time.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of what it purports to be?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would move to admit and publish State's Exhibit 20 at this time.
The objection to 20?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Looking at State's Exhibit 20 up here on the screen, can you kind of orient us in this photograph and tell us what we are looking at?
So we're facing east on State Route 2. If you're familiar with Route 2, as you come from Lost Nation Road, there's two sets of signs. The one that you can see in the video, the picture, is saying 306 is the next exit up, and I'm parked pretty much exactly under the road sign that says where all the exits from are. 306, 615, and Heisley.
And we see two people in this photograph. Is that you on the right-hand side?
Yes, ma'am.
And who are you escorting?
Philip, Mr. Herbrook.
While on scene on the side of the roadway here, did you obtain consent to search that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you obtain that from?
Mr. Herbrook.
Did you conduct a search of that vehicle?
The other officers on scene did, but yes.
Did any officers locate anything inside the vehicle?
No, ma'am.
And when I say anything, did you locate any firearms?
Correct. No, we did not locate anything.
What about a crowbar?
I believe in the trunk. Yes,
Okay, was that part of the vehicle?
it was in the vehicle.
After learning, you said you had contacted Eastlake Police Department that you had detained Mr. Herbrook, and did Eastlake respond?
Yes, they responded to the side of Route 2 with us.
While on scene, did officers conduct a search of the area surrounding the vehicle?
Yes.
Why were they searching around the vehicle?
In case anything was thrown from the vehicle, sometimes people have a tendency to get rid of things that are in their car when we show up or right before we show up. So we checked the area, and the grass would be to the south side of where the car is, to the right if you're looking at the picture.
Did officers locate any firearms near the vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Was this vehicle eventually towed from the scene?
It was.
And did you have any other further involvement in this case?
No, ma'am.
In the last 6 years as a Willoughby police officer and your training and experience, when a crime is committed in the city of Willoughby, in which direction do suspects normally flee?
West.
What is west?
Towards Cleveland?
And just to be clear, here you were on State Route 2 eastbound?
Correct, heading towards Menor.
What, towards Menor? One moment, Your Honor. How many times had you had occasion to interact with the suspect vehicle fleeing eastbound in your career?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Looking at State's Exhibit 20, is there anything that the writing we just viewed at the bottom of that screenshot, is there anything in that description that tells you what date and time this was taken?
Yes, ma'am. The numbers following my name, so my name's right there. That would be 2020, the date April 4th to 26th, the 26th of April, and then approximately when I turned my lights on around 10 a.m. And I turned them on when I arrived on scene for the tire call and left them on the entire time. Just the location I was on the side of the road on the freeway. I didn't want to get struck by a car.
From the time you were dispatched to the time you spoke with Mr. Herbrook, how much time do you think had elapsed?
Looking back, probably 10 minutes.
If anything of importance was recovered in this case, you would have turned that over to Eastlake Police Department, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Hello.
Hello.
My name is Barry Springer and I represent the defendant Will Jackson.
Okay.
You testified about how unfortunately police officers are having to do stuff like remove tires from the roadways, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that your preference is to do things like catch bad guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's your preference?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I was having trouble
No, it's
hearing
fine.
you.
Sorry.
On the day that you were dispatched to this tire in the roadway, did you suspect that this could have been related to the Eastlake shooting?
Not initially, no. In our line of work, usually with stuff like this happens, it happens, and then if someone isn't apprehended, especially in a shooting, shortly thereafter, especially from our proximity to Eastlake and Willoughby, our border cities, it had kind of gone on my mind. It was on to the next thing.
Okay. And so when you arrived, you called for backup to help you respond to the tire, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified that was because was it in the middle of the roadway?
Yes, ma'am, it was in the center lane. We had to shut down the center lane and then the curb lane for me to get into the roadway, so we needed 2 cars to do that.
And so, about how long did you have to wait for a backup officer to arrive?
5 to 7 minutes, something
Okay.
like that.
And you saw the black vehicle that was up ahead in the roadway, right?
Yes,
And you described that as being about a half a mile ahead or so.
yes, ma'am.
Did you call for backup to respond to that vehicle?
No, to the tire.
Okay. So the vehicle, you decided to address the tire prior to the vehicle?
Yes.
Why did you make that decision?
Due to where the tire was, that was the call I was dispatched to. Usually we handle the call that we're sent to first. Putting 2 to 2 in together, usually when there's a tire in the roadway, there's a car not far behind it, or I guess in this point ahead of it. So we were gonna get the tire out so no one else hit it and damaged their car. And then we were gonna go see if everything was okay with the Dodge Charger.
Okay. At the time when you were removing the tire, did you know that it was a Dodge Charger?
No, I couldn't see it from where I was at.
Okay. So when did you suspect that that vehicle was in fact involved?
As I was walking towards it, as we got out of the car, my backup officer pointed out that it was a Dodge Charger, and then everything kind of clicked.
And then at that point, that's when you remembered the East Lake
The
shooting?
shooting, and then as I was talking to him, we noticed a bullet hole in the back of the car.
There was a visible bullet hole in the back of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so when you walked up to the vehicle, you described having the opportunity to speak with Philip Herbrook, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Philip was seated in the passenger seat?
He was.
Where was the driver?
I do not know.
Did you ask him?
He said he was the only occupant that was in the car, and he said he was sitting in the front passenger seat because it would be easier to get in and out of the vehicle.
Did you ask him if there was anyone else in the vehicle?
He said he was the only occupant, and I could see into the vehicle that no one else was in there with him.
Okay. Did you talk to Philip about his involvement in the shooting?
Yes.
Did you determine that he was in fact involved?
Yes.
Did you ask him if anyone else was in the vehicle at the time of the shooting?
I did not.
Did Philip ever provide that information that someone else was involved?
No, ma'am.
Did he mention that?
Objection.
Sustained.
You described seeing another vehicle pull up in front of that black Charger, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what that vehicle did?
Nope.
Have you learned through the course of your investigation that that vehicle picked up the other occupant?
Nope.
We saw on the photograph that you have of your dash cam that along the right-hand side, I believe, that there's a fence, right?
Yes.
As you were back at the tire, did you see anyone leave the area of the car?
While I was with trying to get the tire, no, I did not look. I was looking at the cars that were driving down Route 2 and making sure no one got close to me.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just making sure no one hit me.
Okay. So you weren't really keeping eyes on that vehicle, right?
I was not, no.
So you never saw if anyone left the vehicle, hopped the fence, anything like that?
I can't say for sure, no.
Okay. When you spoke with Philip, his demeanor was pretty calm, right?
Yes.
Okay. He wasn't behaving in a way that someone who had just been shot at would usually behave?
People respond in lots of different ways I've found in this job, but correct, that's fair.
He was calm and collected. He wasn't crying, anything like that, right?
No, ma'am.
He wasn't injured?
No, I made sure he was not hurt.
Was there any blood in the car?
Not that I could see.
Mr. Herbrook did not volunteer to you that he had been shot at.
Correct.
You or your partner, I'm not sure which, had to point out to him that there were bullet holes in the car?
I asked him about the bullet holes, and my partner asked if he had just come from Eastlake, and he indicated that he did.
And you've been a police officer for, was it 6 years, you said?
12 years total, 6 years in Willoughby.
Oh, sorry, for 12 years. Have you ever had to point out to someone before, hey, you got some bullets in your car?
Not that I can recall off the top of my head.
When you talked with Philip, he had indicated to you that he was involved with the shooting that his car had been shot at, right?
Yes.
Did he describe being involved in a random shooting?
Objection.
Sustained.
Phil was not free to leave, right?
No. Eventually, no.
I'm sorry?
No.
You don't still have him.
Yeah.
He, at that time, when you were at the vehicle, he was not permitted to leave, right?
After talking to him and finding the bullet hole in his car, eventually, yes, he was not free to leave.
If there were other occupants of the vehicle, would those occupants have been permitted to leave?
No, ma'am.
And so Mr. Herbrook was handcuffed, right?
Yes,
And you called for the Eastlake Police Department to come and get him
we did.
because the shooting occurred in Eastlake, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So they were the officers that were investigating that.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any additional role in that investigation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you suspicious of Philip?
I mean, he had bullet holes in his car, so a little bit, yes.
Did you suspect that Philip was lying?
Sustained.
When you handcuffed Philip and put him in the back of the cruiser, he wasn't a willing witness, right?
I mean, he'd answer all the questions I asked of him at that time.
He wasn't a person walking into the department and saying, hey, I'm here to make a statement, right?
Correct.
He had to be handcuffed and taken to Eastlake to do that.
Yeah, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Would you guys come up here a minute? We're going to take our break. It's a happy crew back there in the back row. Remember not to discuss the case among yourselves with anybody else. Don't try to find out any information from anywhere else, and don't come to any conclusions until the end, okay? Yes.
This is nothing that I feel needs to be on the record, but just for scheduling purposes. So know that her testimony would take more than a half hour, possibly more than.
Seated, please. All right, next witness.
State calls Philip Herbrook.
Just go between the two tables. Let's go between the two tables. Raise your right hand, please. You swear the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
All right, have a seat right here. And keep that chair up close so that your voice gets to the mic, okay?
Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Philip Herbrook, Philipherbuck.
How old are you?
25 years old.
What city do you currently live in?
Chardon.
How long have you lived in Chardon?
Most of my life. We moved from Painesville when I was about 3.
Did you graduate from high school?
Yes, class of 2016.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
Where?
Grand River Capital.
What is that?
That is a financial services business.
What is your position there?
Assistant.
How long have you worked there?
I've worked on there on and off since high school.
Now, relevant to this case, are you familiar with someone by the name of Ace?
Yes.
How are you familiar with him?
He was my pill dealer.
Is Ace his real name?
I don't believe so.
Do you know his real name?
No.
When you say pill dealer, what do you mean?
I was addicted to opiates for several years.
Are you still addicted?
No.
When did you become sober?
Most recently I had an overdose back in May, but I've been clean since.
What kind of drugs were you addicted to?
Just opiates.
When you say opiates, are you talking about pills?
Yes.
Would you get pills from Ace?
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
He was my pill dealer, pretty much. I would drive him around sometimes for some free extra pills. Most of the time I was buying them.
Did Ace have a vehicle?
No.
Is that why he needed you to drive him around?
Yep.
Where does Ace live?
I'm not sure.
Does he live in Ohio?
I believe he lives in Detroit.
Would you drive up to Detroit?
Yes.
How often would you drive up to Detroit?
As often as possible.
How far is the drive from Chardon to Detroit?
3.5 hours.
Were you just going up there for pills, or were you going up there for any other reason?
Just pills.
Have you ever been to Ace's house before?
I couldn't say. I've been to a bunch of different houses that either he stayed at, I don't know. I can't confirm whether or not they were his actual residents or not.
So you saw Ace quite frequently, right?
Yes, almost every day.
Were you actually driving to Detroit every day?
No,
Would he be here in Lake County?
he would be Lake County, Willoughby, Eastlake, those areas.
Would you always drive to him,
Yes,
and you would drive him around as well?
yes,
Were you compensated in pills for driving him around?
yes, that was the entire reason I would drive him around.
Were you ever compensated in money?
No,
When you were doing this, did you have your own vehicle
yes,
and you had a valid driver's license?
yes.
What vehicle did you have at the time in 2020?
It was a Honda Accord.
Had you and Ace ever used pills together?
I don't remember if he's ever done any. If he did, it was maybe a bump of one, but I don't think so.
How many pills were you using a day?
If I could get my hands on them, 8.
How would you and Ace typically communicate?
Text message, phone call.
Did you have his number saved in your phone?
That I don't remember.
Was he someone you spoke to regularly?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to April 25th of 2020. Did you pick Ace up from Detroit that day?
Yes.
Why?
For pills.
Did he ask you to pick him up?
Yes.
How did he communicate with you?
I believe it was text message. That was the most frequent way that we talk.
Do you know why Ace was coming to Lake County or needed a ride to Lake County?
To sell pills.
Are you familiar with an Alexa DeSillo?
No.
You've never met her?
If I have, I don't remember the name.
When you went and picked Ace up on this day, April 25th, 2020, were you driving your normal vehicle?
Yes. Oh, wait. Yes. No. I was driving the rental car.
Why did you have a rental car?
I had crashed my car. Totaled it.
What make and model was your rental car?
It was a Dodge Charger.
What color was it?
Black.
After you picked Ace up in Detroit, where did you go?
Dropped him off at the Red Roof.
Did you rent him a room at the Red Roof Inn?
Yep.
Why did you do this?
Pill compensation.
He paid you in pills for renting him a room?
Yep.
Would you normally rent him a hotel room?
He's asked me a bunch of times before, but that was the first time I did it.
When you dropped him off, or I'm sorry, strike that. When you took him to the Red Roof Inn, did you hang out with him there?
I wouldn't really hang out with him. He's not really a friend. It was more of a supply type relationship.
Is that a no?
No.
Showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 18. Looking at State's Exhibit 18, do you recognize what that is?
It's a receipt.
From where?
The Red Roof.
Your Honor, State's Exhibit 18 has been stipulated to, and I've asked to publish it at this time.
All right, and the stipulation is that is an authentic receipt from Red Roof Inn, correct, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so it's admitted.
Do you see up here on the screen, is that the same exhibit that you have marked in front of you?
Yes, it is.
what last name is on this room reservation?
Mine.
And what date does it have you checking in?
4/25/2020.
And we see down at the bottom, it says company name, Grand River Capital.
Mm-hmm.
Would you rent this room in the company's name that you worked for?
No, I didn't know even why I filled that out, that part. It was under my name, my debit card.
And we see next to license plate, what does it say there?
It's most likely the license plate number of the Charger.
Okay. It just says black Charger.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'm sorry, going back up to the, we see the in date, the out date, what is below the out date? What date does that say?
4/26/2020.
Did you just rent this room for one day?
Yeah.
Scrolling down here, you paid for this room using a credit card?
Debit card, but yeah.
Or debit card, I'm sorry. And then is that your signature at the bottom of this document?
Yes, it is.
And we see number of keys, 2.
Yep.
Do you remember specifically requesting 2 keys?
He wanted 2 keys because he always has people with him.
Did you see any people with him?
I don't remember.
Did you have one of the room keys?
No.
Did you hang out at the Red Roof Inn at all with him that night?
I just dropped him off. I just participated in a 9-hour car ride. I was ready to go to bed.
Why 9 hours?
3.5 hours there, 3.5 hours back. Traffic, stopping, talking, gas.
Did you stop anywhere on the way back from Detroit?
Nowhere with like a specific destination in mind to get gasoline, yes.
You didn't have like a specific house or place you were going to or anything?
No.
Only stopped at places off the freeway?
Yeah.
After dropping Miss Ace off at the Red Roof Inn on that day, did you have plans to meet up with him the next day?
More than likely. If I didn't have them at the time, I was probably going to make some sometime soon. I was an everyday user.
Were you purchasing your pills every day?
Yes.
And would you just purchase enough pills to sustain you for that day?
Yes.
Why is that?
Money issues.
Were you supposed to drive Ace back to Detroit?
The plans would kind of be made not very far out ahead. So I do not recall if before this happened, if I had plans to take him back yet or not.
Typically, is that something that would happen last minute?
Yeah.
And when you were purchasing these pills on a daily basis, would you also purchase from other people or just Ace?
Other people, yeah.
Did you have multiple people you purchased from?
Yes.
Now, eventually in this case, you had spoke with detectives, right?
That's correct.
And at that time, you had provided them text messages that you had exchanged with Ace, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as defense exhibits A12 and A13. And I'm also going to show you defense exhibit A. So looking at defense exhibit A,
Is that A0? I think it was
Yes,
marked.
A0.
Okay.
looking at defense exhibits A0, is that how Ace's contact information would have been saved in your phone?
Mm-hmm.
make sure you answer either yes or no.
Yes, yes it is. You have
What
multiple numbers.
phone number is depicted in Defense Exhibit A0?
313-506-1751.
And what is the contact name?
Ace new number.
And again, this is a screenshot taken on your phone provided to detectives in this case.
Yes.
Now, looking at Defense Exhibits A12 and A13, we'll start with A12. Do you recognize those text messages?
You mean specifically sending them?
Do you recognize them as
Yes,
having
yes.
provided them to the detectives in
Yes.
this case? And that is a text exchange that you had with Ace, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Looking at Defendant's Exhibits A12 and A13, can you tell from those text messages, did you have plans to meet up with him the
Yes.
following day?
Yes.
What time were you supposed to pick him up?
I don't remember specifically. Looks like 10 o'clock.
Did you end up picking him up at 8 o'clock, or did you pick him up earlier?
I do not remember the time I met up with him.
I'm going to put the text messages you have in front of you up here on the screen. Okay, so we see in these messages, are you on the left-hand side or the right-hand side?
Like I said, I don't remember specifically saying.
Well,
It was
you have an iPhone. Are these messages from an iPhone?
Yes.
Okay. And when you send messages on an iPhone, are your messages on the left-hand side of the screen or the right-hand side of the screen?
Mine would be the ones in the blue.
Okay. So we see at the top of the screen where Mr. Anderson texts you, went to sleep late, some fuck shit happened. And what is your response?
I asked him what happened.
And we see his response up here on the screen. And then we see WYA. What does that mean?
WYA.
Where are you at?
Yeah, that's what that means.
Bro, come slide me.
Pick him up.
And we see a timestamp here at 8:38 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what's your response?
Coming right now.
And what do you say underneath that?
Thought he said wait till 10.
So now, having seen these text messages, did you have plans to pick him up at 10?
Yes.
And did you end up picking him up earlier?
Yes.
Did Ace explain to you what he meant in the message where he said, gotta whack a nigga, bro?
No, he never explained that. I assumed he was exaggerating.
Exaggerating?
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
He's not a violent person as far as I've known him.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
And you did pick Ace up from the Red Roof Inn on April 26th, correct?
Yes.
What car did you pick him up in?
Charger. The black Charger.
Where did you go when you picked him up?
He gave me directions.
Was he using a GPS on his phone?
No, he was, if he was using a GPS, he was just telling me where to go. I never saw anything like that.
Did he tell you where he was directing you?
To an apartment building.
Had you been to this, did you eventually arrive at an apartment building?
Yes.
Had you been to this apartment building before?
Not that I can remember, no.
Did he specifically tell you why he wanted to go to this apartment building?
Said somebody owed him money.
What was Ace's demeanor while he was in the car?
Seemed fine. He's a very calm person.
And you drove Ace to these apartments, right?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about driving him?
No.
And based on what he had told you, without saying what he said, did you feel like at any point your safety was in jeopardy?
No.
Or that you could be harmed or hurt in any way?
No.
If you had learned that information, would you have gone?
No.
I'm showing you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize what's depicted in State's Exhibit 1?
That would be the parking lot of the apartment building.
That's the apartment building you went to on this April 26th of 2020?
Yes.
When you arrived at the apartment building, what did you do?
I pulled nose end of the car towards the building into a parking spot.
Do you remember which parking spot you pulled into?
It's about the middle of the building.
And I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 1 now up on the screen. I'm going to hand you a pointer. If you could please, I have to press this button back here. If you could please point on the screen so the jury can see approximately where you pulled in. Where the red arrow is on the screen.
Yeah, underneath that tree.
When you pulled in, what direction was your vehicle facing?
Towards the building.
When you arrived at the apartments, did Ace stay in the vehicle?
He got out.
Where did he go?
He started wandering around the building while I was on my phone,
When you say wandering around, what do you mean by that?
looking around.
Was he going from one end to the other, or did he go to a specific door?
I just saw him walk up to the building, and by then I was already looking at my phone.
Did you see Ace talk to anybody?
No.
Did you see anyone else outside the apartment building at that time?
I didn't pay attention to anything that was going on outside the apartment building. I was looking at my phone the entire time.
How long was Ace out of the vehicle?
Not very long.
When you say not very long,
About 10
approximately.
minutes. About 10 minutes.
10
5, 10
minutes?
minutes, something like that.
Did you remain in the vehicle the entire time?
I might have stepped outside, just outside the vehicle to smoke a cigarette at some point.
Why would you have smoked outside the vehicle?
It was a rental car.
How long does it typically take you to smoke a cigarette?
It was about 5 minutes.
What do you remember happening next?
I was sitting in the car on my phone, and I remember Ace getting back in the car and grabbing me by the back of the neck and saying duck, and shoved my head down while he was ducking as well. And I just heard bullets start hitting the car.
Did he scream duck, or did you hear bullets first?
I don't remember.
Where was Ace when the shots started?
Grabbing me by the back of the neck, helping me duck.
How many shots did you hear?
I do not remember.
Do you remember how quickly the shots were being fired?
Yes, it was very rapidly. And then the car entered in the apartment building and started firing. I didn't see it.
You didn't see the the
I
vehicle.
didn't see it coming in, but there's no way to get, there's only one way in that parking lot. That car came in, started shooting into the back of the car, and then went down to the end, turned around, and while I was turning around, I kind of peeked my head up like that, and it was a white SUV, and ducked again because I saw him coming back.
I know you testified you don't remember how many shots you heard. Was it more than one?
Yes, it was a
more
lot.
than two?
It was more than 7, 8. It was a lot.
What did you do after Ace hopped in the car and told you to duck?
I was ducking.
Did you try and leave?
So after the shots had been fired.
So there were shots had started being fired, and then there was a pause at some point.
Yep, where he was turning, the vehicle was turning around.
And what were you doing when the vehicle was turning around?
I just peeked my head up very quickly to see what's going on.
When did you pull out of the parking lot?
After the vehicle went back out of the parking lot and shot more times, I left as well.
When you say shot more times, are you describing 2 rounds of gunfire?
Yes,
Was Mr. Anderson in the car with you the entire time?
Mr. Anderson is Ace?
I'm sorry, was Ace in the car with you the entire time?
Yes.
Did you see Ace with a firearm?
No.
When you picked Ace up in Detroit the day prior, did you see him with a firearm?
No.
When you dropped him off at the Red Roof Inn that day, did you see him with a firearm?
No.
When you picked him up at the Red Roof Inn that day, did you see him with a firearm?
No.
While at the apartment building, did you see him with a firearm?
No.
Did you see him reach for a firearm?
No.
Have you ever seen Ace with a firearm?
No.
When you pulled out of the parking lot, where did you go?
Towards the freeway.
Did you make any turns before getting to the freeway?
Yes, I don't remember specifically what turns I had to make to get to the freeway, but I made it to the freeway before I realized the back tire was missing.
And while on the freeway, did your vehicle become disabled?
Yes, I wasn't able to drive it.
Did you call 911?
No.
Why not?
I didn't want to get the police involved.
Why not?
I did not like the police at the time.
Was it because you were using?
Yes.
Did you have anything on you that day that you were afraid the police might find?
No.
Did you have any pills on you at that time?
No.
While on the side of the freeway, officers did stop and speak with you, right?
Yes.
And you spoke with them?
Yes.
What did you tell them?
I told them a lie
Why did you tell them a lie?
because I did not want them going after Ace. I did not want legal repercussions.
Why were you afraid of legal repercussions?
Guilt by association.
Were you afraid that Ace was going to get in trouble?
Well, yeah,
Why?
because he was my drug dealer.
Did you think Ace would get in trouble for anything that had happened at the apartment building?
No.
It was just because he would give you pills.
Yes.
And you were addicted to the pills at the time, right?
Yes.
And you wouldn't want anything to happen to that supplier.
Exactly.
When you lost your tire on the freeway before police arrived, did Ace get out of the vehicle?
He got out of the vehicle and started running down the middle of the freeway.
Do you know where he went?
No idea.
Why didn't you leave the vehicle?
Why didn't I leave the vehicle?
Yes.
Fleeing the scene of a crime, or whatever that would be.
And that vehicle was connected to your name, right?
Yes.
While on the side of the roadway speaking with Willoughby officers, did you give them consent to search your vehicle?
Yes.
And eventually you were brought back to the Eastlake Police Department where you spoke with detectives, correct?
That's right.
What did you tell the detectives had happened?
A lot.
Did you eventually tell them what happened?
Yes.
So you wrote 2 separate statements, is that right?
That's correct.
Is one of those statements not accurate?
The first one.
Is the second statement accurate?
Yes.
While speaking with detectives, you also gave them consent to search the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And you consented to a search of your backpack,
Excuse me. Yes.
and you consented to a search of your phone.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted is State's Exhibit 6A through J. You can just look at those as a collection as a whole and tell me if you recognize what is depicted in those exhibits.
That would be the car.
Is that the car you were driving on April 26th of 2020?
Yes.
When you rented that car, when did you get that rental? How long before the shooting?
I think a week. Not very long.
When you rented that car, did it have any bullet holes in it?
No.
You did it after this day?
Yes, quite a few.
Prior to Willoughby Hills Police approaching you on the side of the freeway, did you remove anything from the vehicle?
No.
Did you see Ace remove anything from the vehicle?
No.
Now, you previously testified that you were using drugs around this time. Were you on drugs this day?
No.
You were not.
I was waiting to get them from Ace that day.
You had not yet used that day.
No.
Had you used the day prior?
Yes.
So you were sober when the shooting had occurred.
Yes.
Did you have a gun on you that day?
No.
Did you fire any shots in return that day?
No.
Do you know who shot at you?
No.
Do you know where the shots were coming from?
Behind me.
Earlier you testified that a SUV had pulled into the parking lot. Were the shots coming from the SUV?
Yes.
Do you know the name William Jackson?
No.
Had you ever met him in person before?
No.
One moment, Your Honor. The tire on your vehicle, was that shot at the apartment building?
Yes. I just didn't realize that it was missing until the freeway.
Did you hear any type of noise associated with that tire being shot?
Like a big hissing sound, or
You tell me.
no, nothing that would make me think that I have a flat.
No further questions.
All right, cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Mary Springer, and I represent Will. I'm going to ask you a couple of follow-up questions. You said that you were addicted to opiates back then in 2020,
That is correct.
and you said that mostly you bought the pills from Ace, right?
Yes.
You said that sometimes he would give you drugs to drive him around as well,
Yes.
but that primarily you purchased the drugs from him?
Yes.
With money, right?
That's correct.
You said that almost every day he was selling you drugs?
Every day that I could afford them or do something to get them.
Did you ever give Ace drugs? Was this mutual?
No.
Okay. So it was exclusively him selling to you.
Yes.
You said, when asked if you used with Ace, you said maybe he took one bump one time.
I do not remember specifically him ever doing any noticeable quantity of it.
So you weren't like drug using friends, right?
No.
And you know that Ace would come down to Lake County to sell drugs?
Yes.
And you know that he also sold drugs in Detroit?
The only place that I can confirm where he did sell drugs was here in Lake County. That's where I would buy them.
You bought drugs from him in Detroit as well, right?
No, he would give them to me in Detroit.
Okay, so when you would go up to Detroit, he would give them to you, so you didn't have to pay?
As payment for driving.
Okay, all right. But he still provided you with drugs in Detroit?
Yes.
Would he offer you deals in Detroit to come get him?
Yes.
The opiates that you were using back in 2020, did they affect your memory at all?
Yes.
You talked a little bit about your relationship with Ace and how you guys weren't really friends, right?
Yes.
It was more of just a transactional sort of relationship for the drugs?
Yes.
You talked about how you rented the hotel for Ace, right?
Yes.
The Red Roof Inn, right?
Yes.
And you said that that was the first time that you had ever done that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But he had asked you to do that before?
Yes.
Do you know why he would ask you to rent them?
He would ask anybody he could get to.
And he would not rent them himself?
No.
Why did you think Ace was staying in hotels?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you learn that Ace wanted to meet up with his girlfriend in hotels?
I don't know what he was going to do in these hotel rooms.
Did you know he had a girlfriend?
He never told me specifically.
Okay, so you're not sure?
No.
How many pills, if you remember, did Ace give you for renting that room?
I don't remember.
Do you remember how much the room cost?
No.
No. You talked on direct examination about the text messages between you and Ace the morning of the shooting, right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen Goodfellas before?
No, I have not.
You have never seen it?
No.
What does the word whack mean to you?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did you think you were driving Ace to go do?
Go ask somebody for money.
Ask somebody for money? Did you know that Ace had stolen money from that person?
I did not know the context of why this person owed Ace money.
Okay. In the text messages, you seem to be curious about what this problem was that Ace had, right? You asked him to clarify,
Yes.
and he said he would tell you in the morning.
Yes.
Did you follow up with him that morning?
He never told me.
Did you ask him?
Nope.
No? You just let it slide?
Yep. The only thing I was worried about was getting drugs.
And to do that, you were going to do whatever he told you to?
As far as driving, correct.
And so you stated that he told you of a location to go to, right?
He didn't tell me a specific location. He gave me directions as
Okay.
we were traveling.
So you didn't know the final destination?
No.
So he would just tell you the exact directions on how to get wherever he wanted to go?
Yes.
He didn't put in a GPS or anything like that?
No.
Did it seem like he knew where he was going?
Seemed like he was familiar.
When you got there, did he tell you where to park?
No.
So you chose the parking spot?
Yes.
And then you said that Ace got out of the car, right?
Yes.
And then he was kind of wandering around the building?
I saw him walk up to the building and I started drifting off into daydream.
Okay. Did you see him try the door handle
No.
to get into the building?
No.
How long did you guys wait in the parking lot for?
Not very long.
You originally thought that you were going to pick Ace up at about 10 a.m., right?
Yes.
But he texted you much earlier in the morning that he needed you sooner?
Yes.
So what time did you get him?
From the receipts, it looks around 8:30.
Where did you guys go in between 8:30 and the shooting?
We didn't go anywhere. We went there.
So as soon as you picked him up at the Red Roof Inn, you went straight to that location?
Yeah. Yes. Sorry.
No other stops in between?
No.
And the entire time leading up to the shooting, you waited in the parking lot?
Yes.
Did you know what you were waiting around for?
For Ace to talk to somebody.
You said on direct examination that you've never seen Ace with a gun before, right?
Yes.
Why did you tell the police that you and Ace had shot guns together before?
I do not remember saying that to the police.
Okay, you don't remember saying that?
No.
Before the gunfire happened, did you hear anybody say anything?
I heard Ace tell me to duck, and he grabbed the back of my neck.
Did you hear anyone other than Ace say anything?
No.
Did you hear anyone yelling?
No.
Did you see the person that was shooting?
No.
So you don't know who it was?
No.
You testified that there were kind of two separate incidents of gunfire, right? That there was a break in between the two of them?
Yes.
Okay. What was happening while that break occurred?
The first volley of gunfire occurred when the car was pulling into the far back end of the parking lot from the entrance.
And
And when he turned around, that's when it was a pause, and then proceeded to go back towards the entrance, and that's when the second volley occurred.
Okay, so it's your allegation that the first incident occurred while the car pulled into the parking lot, right? Headed towards the back of the parking lot,
Yes,
and then turned around, stopped shooting, turned around.
yes.
About how long was it in between the first shots that were fired and the second round?
I could not accurately tell you.
Okay.
Everything seemed like it was slow motion.
Felt like slow motion. But you remember it being a noticeable pause, right?
Yes.
Okay. You talked about how after this happened that you fled the scene basically. You left onto the street, right?
Correct.
Okay. Which car left first, yours or the other one?
The other one.
Okay. So it was the white SUV that you say left first?
Yes.
If Ace testified that you left first and then the other car followed, would that be an inaccurate statement?
I can't speak for Ace's side of the story. I haven't had any contact with him.
No, that's not what I'm asking. From what you remember, who left first?
Us, or them, the white SUV,
Okay.
after the second volley.
And how confident are you in that?
That's what I remember.
Okay. Would you say that you're 100% certain?
That's what I can remember.
After you left, you pulled into another sort of side street, right? Remember that?
No, I remember being on the freeway.
Okay. So you don't remember pulling into a dead-end street?
No,
If Ace testified that you pulled into a dead-end street, would that be an inaccurate representation of what happened?
I only know what I remember.
And you specifically remember not pulling onto a dead-end street?
I only remember being on the freeway.
And so you talked about how on the freeway that the tire came off, right?
I do not remember at which point the tire came off. That is when I realized that I wasn't able to continue further because the tire had been shot.
Well, why'd you pull over to the side of the road on the freeway?
Because the car is rear-wheel drive, I could not continue driving the car without a tire.
Because you lost a tire, right?
Yes,
So my question was, you pulled over onto the side of the road because you lost your tire, right?
yes,
Okay. And when you did that, do you remember seeing police lights behind you?
there was no police at first.
At first there wasn't any.
No,
Then did some arrive a little bit later?
yes,
Did you see them back at the tire with their lights on?
I wasn't paying attention to what was going on.
Okay, so you didn't notice if there were any police back there?
No,
When's the first time that you noticed the police? When they were behind your car?
yep,
Okay. You talked about that when you pulled over to the side of the road, that Ace got out of the vehicle, right?
yes,
Was he in the driver's seat or the passenger seat?
passenger,
And you were driving the entire time?
yes,
Okay. And so when Ace got out of the car, you said that he fled, right?
yes.
Down the middle of the highway?
That's what I saw him doing at first because I was pulled over to the middle of the freeway. Where he went from there, I cannot say.
Did you see him get into a vehicle?
No,
Did you see him jump over a fence or anything like that?
no.
He was just running.
I only saw about 20 feet of him running, and then I started calling people.
Who were you calling?
Father, that sort of people.
Okay. And you said you decided to stay because you didn't want to flee the scene of a crime, right?
I didn't want to make the situation worse than it already was.
Do you remember testifying on direct examination that you didn't want to flee the scene of a crime, right? That's what you said.
Yes.
Ace fled though, right?
Yes.
When the police pulled up and started talking to you on the side of the road, that's when you gave the lie to them for the first time?
Yes.
Do you think that it's important to tell the truth?
Yes.
Do you trust people that lie to you?
Objection.
Sustained.
When the police asked you, were asking you questions, it was clear that they were doing an investigation, right?
Yes.
And what you did was you lied and said that you were coming from your friend Delante's house.
Yes.
There was no Delante involved on that day?
No.
And you said that you were alone in the car, right?
Yep.
That wasn't
Yes.
true?
No.
At one point in time, you said to the police that there was no foul play involved. I swear to God on my brother's life who just passed away 2 years ago. You remember saying that? That there was no foul play involved?
I was an addict at the time, so I probably would have said a lot of things to try and lie to the police.
When did you make the decision to stop lying to the police?
In the police station.
In the police station? What made you make that decision?
Couldn't tell you.
At one point in time, you told the police that you picked up Ace to go and get food, right?
Yes.
That was a lie too?
Yes.
Were you lying for Ace?
I can't tell you why I was lying.
Okay. You didn't want Ace to get in trouble, right?
I could not tell you why I was lying.
You testified on direct examination that you wanted to protect Ace, right?
It's part of the reason, yes.
And you said that you were worried that Ace could be charged with something, right?
For selling drugs.
Were you worried that Ace would be charged for saying that he wanted to whack an N-word?
No. At no point in time was I ever concerned with him getting in trouble for anything like that.
Did you know that Ace was granted immunity in this case?
No.
You said on direct examination that you know Ace to be a peaceful person, right?
Calm person.
Well, you testified to this jury that you know him to be peaceful, right? Not violent. You remember saying that today in court?
Did I use the word peaceful?
You said that you know that Ace is a nonviolent person, right?
I said, as far as I've known Ace, he hasn't been a violent person.
Okay. So how long have you known him for?
At that point, a few years.
A few years. Do you remember when Ace told you about a problem he was having with someone named Eric?
No.
Do you remember in the text messages that you provided to the police officers the conversation where Ace was talking about the friend Eric?
No.
The if I showed you a copy of them, do you think that you would be able to identify those text messages that we were talking about?
I'm still not gonna remember.
You remember providing them to the police officers, right?
I remember providing my phone to the police officers, yes.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that the photographs that the police took were altered in any way?
No.
I'm approaching you with a copy of what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit A.
Objection.
Come on up here. Objection is sustained.
You testified that in the time that you've known Ace, that he was a nonviolent person, right?
He's testified to that. He's indicated that by his testimony.
Why is it that you can remember that, but not remembering providing text messages to the police?
I just ruled on that. That's done. That aspect is done.
Mr. Herbrook, the decision that you made to lie to the police officers, have you continued to lie through your testimony today, or have you been truthful in this testimony?
That was back in the time when I was under the influence and an addict.
And you said you're not anymore, right?
Let him finish the
I'm
answer.
sorry, what were you saying?
I've made it clear that I've been clean for quite some time now.
Okay, and so you were only lying when you were using?
That is correct.
Okay. And so you're not lying about anything today, right?
That is correct.
Because you're not using anymore.
That is correct.
quickly circling back to the shooting that happened, where were the bullets coming from?
Behind me.
From behind you? And was anyone hit?
No.
I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
Yeah. Looking at Defense Exhibit 812 in front of you, Ms. Springer had asked you if you had picked Ace up at 8:30 a.m. Do you remember that?
Picking him up. It
At
was-
8:38 a.m. specifically.
It was no different than any other day. That's usually how I would start my day, is picking him up.
Okay,
Or
well,
seeing
here
him.
I'm very specifically talking about the time. So we previously looked at Defendant's Exhibit 812 up here on the screen, and we saw that the timestamp was 8:38.
That's when I would have left the house. That's when I would have sent that text message.
How long does it take you to get from Chardon to the Red Roof Inn?
About 36, 40 minutes.
Okay, and so you wouldn't have picked him up at 8:38 a.m.
No, that's when I would have left the house.
Are you familiar with the area of Eastlake?
No.
Are you familiar with the area where these apartments were that you drove to?
No.
Did you know your way back to the freeway?
No.
How were you able to get back to the freeway?
Ace.
No further questions.
Any recross?
No.
All right. You may be excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do I just leave this here?
Yeah, you can go. Yeah, just leave that there. You can go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to conclude for today. Remember not to discuss the case among yourselves or with anybody else. Don't try to find out any information from any other source, and do not come to any conclusion until you deliberate in this case. So why don't you be back 8:25, we'll start at 8:30, okay? Have a good evening. Have a seat. Anybody have anything to put on the record?
Not at this time, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Okay, so who do you have left then?
We have Rebecca Silverstein, Craig Davis, Jeff Moran, and Detective Mark Christian.
And who's Jeff Moran?
He is the cell phone tower mapping guy.
Okay, how long do you think those four witnesses are going to be? Keeping in mind that Herbrook was going to be a half an hour. But anyway, just your best guess as to how long.
I would say we'll take the morning.
Okay. And then, Mary, do you know if you're going to have witnesses?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
I think 2.
Okay. All right, I'm going to have Nicole give you the latest version of the jury instructions. Be here at 8, and we'll talk about those at 8, okay? All right.